Chapter 4093. Careless. The flying swords pierced through the demonic beasts. In the end, all the demonic beasts were destroyed. The ground was filled with poisonous insects, twitching slowly. It was a terrifying sight. What other tricks do you have? Seeing the demonic beasts destroyed, Princess Tian spoke indifferently. What other tricks can they have? They can only wait for death. Not far away, the young man laughed contemptuously. Don't be happy too early. However, the two demon elders spoke at the same time. Their words made Princess Tian and the others frown. They were dying, yet they were still so confident. I've said it before. I'll cut off your tongues and then kill you. However, Princess Tian clearly did not believe the words of the two demon elders. Look at your exquisite pagoda. However, the next sentence of the demon elder finally made Princess Tian frown. Then, her expression changed greatly. She realized that she had lost control of her divine weapon. The exquisite pagoda, which was still floating in the sky, became dimmer and dimmer. Its surface was covered with dirty blood. The dirty blood continued to spread. Then, with a clang, the exquisite pagoda fell from the sky and completely lost its luster. This made everyone cry out in alarm. What was going on? It's corroded. The corrosive power came from the blood of the demonic beasts. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He had figured out something. The demonic beasts seemed to have been destroyed by Princess Tian. In fact, before they were destroyed, the demonic beasts also spilled blood. The blood had a mysterious power. When it came into contact with the divine weapon, it would immediately corrode the divine weapon and cut off the connection between the divine weapon and its owner. Of course, the effect of one drop of demonic beast blood was not great. However, with so many demonic beasts here, the exquisite pagoda naturally could not withstand it. Ha ha ha, laugh. Let's see how you can laugh now. Seeing the divine pagoda fall, the two demon elders laughed loudly. The heavenly princess continued to draw runes in an attempt to control the exquisite little pagoda. However, the exquisite little pagoda remained motionless. This caused her to angrily shout, "What did you do to my frost-red lotus pagoda?" "Filthy things, Princess Tian, don't worry, I'll kill them." When the young man saw this, he immediately said coldly, "Whoosh! Whoosh!" His 100 swords drew a beautiful trajectory and immediately shot towards the two old men. However, the two old men were still laughing loudly, as if they had not seen anything. Laugh? Wait till I dig out your eyeballs. Let's see how you laugh then. In the young man's eyes, the laughter was like mockery, and he shouted angrily. However, just as those swords were about to reach the two demon elders, all of a sudden, swords fell from the sky. Clang! Clang! After the 100 white swords fell, the town instantly fell silent. The young man's pupils constricted as he summoned the white sword. However, there was no effect at all. Weren't you very proud? Aren't you good at talking? Aren't you good at pretending? Now, show me another one. Looking at the two demon elders, they were in high spirits at this moment. You've been tricked. Then, they laughed even louder. What? You can even corrode with the power of God? The young man's body finally trembled and his face turned pale. I was careless. I should have killed you first, not the assembled demonic beasts. Now, he finally knew that the other party came prepared. Jin Zhe, you're too ignorant. After laughing, the two demon elders finally said coldly, we have a great feud with the Jin family. How could I not be familiar with your sword techniques? However, although we targeted your sword techniques, as you said, if you killed us first, we wouldn't have been able to resist. Unfortunately, you tried to kill all of our assembled demonic beasts because of your pride and pretentiousness. In the end, you ended up like this, ha ha ha. Hearing the demon elder's words, the young man's face turned even paler. He almost slapped himself. Idiot. Now, I'll give you a chance. Hand over the girl and let us have some fun. Perhaps, you won't have to die. The other demon elder laughed sinisterly. I. The young man's eyes flashed. How dare you? Hearing this, Princess Tien also shouted. Her usual arrogance had weakened a little at this moment. Because she also knew that she would not have a good ending if she fell into the hands of the two demon elders. Fine. However, what made her angry was that the young man nodded directly. Aren't you here to protect me on behalf of the Jin family? If something happens to me, the true disciple of Miao Shen will not let the Jin family go. This also made Princess Tien furious. I'm sorry. My life is more important. The young man gritted his teeth and said word by word. After saying this, he lowered his head in shame. Ha ha ha. The two demon elders laughed even louder when they saw that the young man had betrayed the heavenly princess. They were obviously overjoyed. But soon, one of the demon elders pounced on the young man and kicked him hard on the head like a whip. Bang! The young man's head exploded as if it had been struck by lightning, and his brain matter spurted out. Dead. An expert from the Heavenly Sword Academy had fallen here. Obviously, the two demon elders had come for him and would not let him go. Whoosh! The young man's headless body also shot into the street and broke through the wall, causing the crowd to panic and avoid it. However, in the end, the young man's body was burned clean by a flame, and it was a golden flame. Unfortunately, the two demon elders did not see this scene. Instead, they looked at Princess Tien. What a pitiful little girl. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with you, but you walked together with Jin Zhe. Now, it's impossible for us to not kill you. The two demon elders walked step by step towards Princess Tien, and their ferocious faces had a hint of ferocity. Plop. Princess Tien was so scared that she sat down on the ground. Her strength was not strong, and she only had a powerful identity and a divine weapon. However, her strongest divine weapon had been corroded due to her carelessness, so now she had no power to resist. I am a true disciple of Miao Shen. If you dare to touch me, you will definitely die. Be careful that the great demon sect will be destroyed. However, Princess Tien obviously would not let herself be captured, and she was still looking for an opportunity. If it was before, I would not have dared to touch you, but now, the great demon sect has found a powerful backer. They are not even afraid of the gods, so why should we be afraid of Miao Shen's true disciple? One of the demon elders immediately said disdainfully. After speaking, he looked up and down at Princess Tien, as if he could see through Princess Tien. Princess Tien also had a feeling that her clothes were being stripped off, which made her panic more and more. She was most afraid of this kind of person who did not give face to Miao Shen's true disciple. I can give you treasures. Chapter 4094. Showing off his divine might. Those words made Princess Tien completely give up. Her face and eyes were full of confusion and helplessness. Her former pride had suffered a huge setback at this moment and was greatly destroyed. This was because this was the first time she had met someone who didn't give her face as Miao Shen's true disciple. Enjoy it. Just as she was feeling disheartened, the two demon elders had already walked over, rubbing their hands together like wolves. But right at this moment, a severed leg shot over swiftly from afar. Surging flames were burning on the surface of the severed leg, and it looked like a meteor from afar. Who is it? The sudden change made one of the demon elders' expression change, and he hurriedly blocked the attack. Bang! However, when the broken leg collided with old demon's palm, it actually sent him flying a dozen meters away. Boom! In the end, the broken leg exploded. Most importantly, this broken leg belonged to Jin Zhe from before. Moreover, wasn't he trying to infuriate the two demon elders by making trouble at this time? Everyone was shocked. Then, they immediately looked at the person who had come. They saw a man in a black robe and a ghost mask walking out from the crowd. He was mysterious and unfathomable, giving people a shocking feeling. Looking at the newcomer, the two demon elders' expressions changed. They didn't know why, but their intuition told them that this man wasn't simple. Princess Tian also looked at the person gratefully. If there weren't so many people around, she would have kowtowed to the person. That was because the person who came had protected something important to her. Unfortunately, the person who came didn't even look at her and coldly walked out. Is the leader of the Great Devil sect, the Great Devil God, in this world? A soft voice drifted out. It was a little hoarse, but it inexplicably made the atmosphere a lot more oppressive. So what? You dare to meddle in the affairs of the Great Devil sect? This is equivalent to provoking the Great Devil sect. The two demon elders stared at the mysterious man, not daring to act rashly. That's good. Where is your great demonic god? The person finally stopped and spoke coldly. Why should I tell you? You want to see the great demonic god? You're not qualified. Seeing this, one of the demon elders said coldly. However, he secretly took control of the dead demonic beasts on the ground. Originally, I planned to spare your lives. But now, it seems like you're forcing me to kill you. The newcomer didn't seem to know what old demon was doing. Huh, kill me? The two demon elders looked at each other and laughed. Do you know who that young man is? He's a strong cultivator from the Celestial Sword Academy. He's one of the top 100 cultivators on the Celestial Stairway. But now, he's dead. If you want to kill us, we'll kill you. That's right. Now, we'll give you a chance. Get lost immediately and I'll pretend that I've never seen you. Otherwise, I'll use your head to make a demonic beast. The two of them secretly took control of the demonic beasts, and their confidence increased by a notch. Everyone looked at the newcomer in shock. They did not understand why the other party had provoked the Great Devil sect. As for Princess Tian, she looked at the newcomer with a complicated expression. She didn't know why, but the black cloak, the slender figure, and the mysterious mask had left a heavy shadow in her heart. So far, many men had tried to curry favor with her because of the true disciple of Miao Shen. However, perhaps she was used to this kind of flattery since she was young, so she didn't like those men at all. Instead, she hated them. However, the man in front of her was different. He was very cold. He was filled with the domineering aura of a strong cultivator and a man. However, when she looked at him carefully, she felt that the man was somewhat familiar. However, when she thought about it carefully, she was sure that she had never seen this man before. I'd like to see what it's like to make a demonic beast. At this moment, the mysterious man finally opened his mouth. After saying that, he disappeared from where he was and shot forward at the speed of 5,000 worlds. And he was Lin Ling. Facing the two demon elders, Lin Ling didn't even need to use the talent fusion. It was enough to crush them. Come out. Seeing Lin Ling suddenly disappear, the two demon elders sneered immediately. Then, the demonic beasts behind them came back to life and rushed forward with their broken limbs. Looking from afar, the sky was full of demonic beasts, which was extremely terrifying. No matter who you are, once you are corroded by the blood of the demonic beasts, your strength will disappear temporarily. What an idiot. We have killed many martial gods over the years with this method. The two demon elders also laughed sinisterly. Endless demonic beasts flew out and hit a person in the air. Then, all the demonic beasts drowned that person. It's over. Many people shook their heads at this scene. Because the blood of the demonic beasts was corrosive, which was why Jin Zhe was defeated. Therefore, if the mysterious man could get close to the demon elders and kill them before the demonic beasts arrived, he could still win. However, if he fought with the demonic beasts, he would only end up dead. Boom! But right at this moment, the ground, sky, and space shook slightly, and then a strand of terrifying dignified aura swept out like an all-powerful force. Crackle, crackle. On the street, endless white thunderbolts burst out like sea urchins and wreaked havoc in the surroundings. If one looked carefully, the demonic beasts could not get close to the mysterious man at all. They were blocked by the sea urchin-like thunderbolts. What's going on? The two demon elders were startled. But soon, one of them laughed. I'm afraid he has some treasure. Just wait and see, the treasure will be corroded. Apparently, he was very confident. Bang! However, a figure had already rushed over. The sea urchin-like thunderbolts destroyed all the demonic beasts in front of him. It was extremely brutal. Then, the person came to the front of one of the demon elders and hit him with his palm. This palm was also mixed with the fierce power of thunderbolts. Ah! The demon elder could not react in time. He could not help but cry out in pain. His body kept twitching and his face was hideous. He could not move at all. The demon elder next to him was trembling in fear. What's going on? The person who came was not corroded? Is this the power of God? Suddenly, he realized that his demonic beast's blood had a weakness. For example, it was useless even against those who had the power of God. God's power, the power of God. Only a divine object could challenge its majesty. You are a trial tester. Next, Elder Mo screamed in horror. He knew that in this gathering of the Spirit Nation, they were not afraid of anyone except for the people of God. This was not to say that the Spirit Nation was afraid of the gods. It was just that the Spirit Nation did not want to be targeted by the gods too soon. However, a trial tester had come. Now, can you tell me where the great demon lord is? Lin Ling did not answer. Instead, he said coldly. Great demon lord, the demon elder seemed to be in a difficult position. Bang! Chapter 4095. See the 18 weapons again. In Spirit Light City. Old Demon said anxiously. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Naturally, he didn't attack for Princess Tian. To be honest, he couldn't wait for the Princess Tian to be killed by the old demon. This was because the Princess Tian had repeatedly harassed him. Lin Ling was also very disgusted by this woman. However, Lin Ling still made his move. His goal was naturally the two demon elders. He guessed that the Great Devil sect was related to the Spirit Nation. Moreover, he was also worried that Senior Lu Chun would be in danger if the battle dragged on for too long. Therefore, he attacked with lightning speed. Take me there. Lin Ling grabbed the elder demon and controlled him with lightning. Then, he shot out along the street. He did not know if the people from the Spirit Nation were hiding in the town. So, he had to leave immediately to avoid alerting the enemy. Looking at the dead and injured old demon, the crowd was stunned. Too awesome. That mysterious man defeated old demon so easily. It's a trial taker. Someone said with admiration. They had also heard rumors that there were elites below the gods. There were a total of 40 of them, and every one of them was the youngest god. This is the first time I've seen a trial taker. Someone else spoke up. Thinking back to the previous scene, they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. He's a trial challenger. On the ground, Princess Tian's eyes flickered constantly. Recalling the scene from before, she still felt like she was dreaming. But shortly after, the flicker in her eyes quietly turned into admiration and admiration. He's so domineering. He's the most imposing man I've ever seen. Princess Tian muttered to herself. She realized that her heart was beating wildly. Her face had turned red. Obviously, she was attracted to that domineering mysterious man. Of course, if she knew that this man was the Lin Ling that she had tried to kill several times but failed, who knew how she would feel? At this moment, Lin Ling had already rushed out of the town. He used the stare of wisdom to seal the old demon to prevent him from leaking information. Take me there immediately. Then, he said coldly. Elder Mo had a bitter expression on his face because he had never expected to meet a trial taker. The 5 great devil elders of the great devil sect could walk unhindered in the 9 regions, but they were afraid of the challengers. Seeing old demon's sullen look, Lin Ling didn't say anything more. He activated the human king's flame and burned old demon in an attempt to assimilate him. Ah, don't. Lord Trial Taker, spare me. I'll kneel down before you. The devil elder was sealed by the steps of wisdom and couldn't resist at all. He could only scream in pain as he was burned. Even though his body was not hot, the majesty of a mortal monarch reached the depths of his soul. Gradually, he was also assimilated. However, just as the human monarch's flame in his body was about to completely assimilate him, Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he immediately withdrew the human monarch's flame. This was because he sensed a power that was similar to the spirit nation. This made him guess that if the assimilation continued, old demon would die without a doubt. Just like when Lin Ling met the man from the spirit nation before. When he wanted to assimilate him, he would rather die than be controlled by Lin Ling. He also had this power in his body that seemed to be able to revive after death. I'll talk. However, although Lin Ling didn't continue to assimilate him, old demon obviously couldn't withstand the impact of the human king's flame and surrendered again. It's in a void underground. Old demon said with cold sweat on his forehead. Lead the way. Lin Ling said coldly, secretly feeling lucky. Lin Ling was no doubt more cautious about the spirit nation. The strength of the spirit nation was probably the strongest of the 9 regions' 10 evils. Yes. Old demon didn't dare to be negligent. A green poisonous fly appeared in his hand and he threw it into the sky. The poisonous fly flew in a circle in the sky and immediately flew in a certain direction. Follow the ancient ground fly and you'll find it. Old demon also said to Lin Ling. Then, the 2 of them moved forward. They crossed thousands of mountains and rivers. Finally, the poisonous fly landed on a swamp and quietly changed its shape. Its wings contracted and it turned into a mole cricket. Then, it dug a hole and left. What is the great devil sect doing here? Lin Ling's soul force locked onto the mole cricket and he didn't act rashly. I don't know. I only know that the 9 regions' 10 evils have all gathered here. Moreover, there are many famous experts here. Old demon smiled bitterly and said to Lin Ling, the 9 regions' 10 evils are all here? Lin Ling's heart trembled. He was even more certain that the spirit nation was here. Then, his soul force sensed that the mole cricket had entered a strange cloud. The cloud was hidden in the depths of the earth. It was pure white and about 100 feet in size. It was extremely mysterious. Once we enter, we will reach the Spirit Light City. Old demon seemed to have sensed Lin Ling's investigation. He couldn't help but explain. Then, he said with a pleading face, after we enter the Spirit Light City, you will let me go. Let's go in first. Lin Ling knew that nothing ventured, nothing gained. Therefore, he grabbed old demon and used the true inheritance dark sword to cut open the earth. Then, he shot into the cloud in the depths of the earth. After entering the cloud, Lin Ling immediately had a familiar feeling. It was as if he had appeared in the void passage. This spirit nation's methods are really powerful. I guess they are most likely related to the world will. Drifting along the cloud, Lin Ling secretly said. After a long time, Lin Ling reappeared on a red wasteland. Looking around, the wasteland was vast and boundless. There were no plants. Instead, there was a white light in the distance that shot into the sky, exuding endless divine power. Woo woo woo. The wind in the wasteland was even stranger. It was as if a person was crying. The so-called spirit nation seems to be a bunch of people who pretend to be gods and ghosts. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. Just as he was about to lead Old Demon forward, a cold voice suddenly sounded, "Lin Ling, you have finally found this place." Then, figures walked out from the void. There were a total of 18 people, all holding 18 different weapons. They looked coldly at Lin Ling. Lin Ling naturally recognized these people. They were the 18 weapons that had chased after him. Moreover, these people were Luli Empress's people. Seeing these people, Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked. Then, he frowned and said, "You are following me?" "It's not really following, because we found this place before you. Moreover, we knew that you would definitely find it too. Therefore, we have been waiting for you here." One of the men held a halberd and said indifferently. Last time, he was the one who fought fiercely with Lin Ling. However, he was defeated by Lin Ling. "Luli Empress is also here?" Lin Ling asked again. If Luli Empress was also here, Lin Ling would be in danger. "You don't need to know this. You only need to know that you will definitely die today." Murderous intent appeared on the 18 people. Last time, Lin Ling escaped. This time, they were confident that they would kill Lin Ling. "Lin Ling, you are Lin Ling?" Chapter 4096. An intense battle. He naturally knew the name Lin Ling. Back then, he had caused the death of one of their demon elders. At that time, the Great Devil sect was enraged and had placed Lin Ling on their wanted list. However, Lin Ling back then was too insignificant and the Great Devil sect had many important matters to attend to. Hence, they did not go out of their way to kill Lin Ling. They had wanted to kill him when they had the chance. However, by the time they had the chance, Lin Ling was already abnormally powerful. At that time, they could not kill him at all. In the end, in the God Store in the Dragon Valley Wasteland, Lin Ling had led the God Slayer Alliance to stir up a storm and become an overlord. At that time, the Great Devil sect was also there. However, they could only watch as Lin Ling became the overlord. "Why is it you?" At the thought of this, the demon elder's bitter smile became even more intense. "Die." However, Lin Ling did not show mercy. He activated the human flame and burned the demon elder to ashes. This was because he did not know if the demon elder was with these 18 people. Hence, it was more advantageous to have one less opponent. "Since all of you are here, could it be that Luli Empress is also related to the Spirit Kingdom?" Following which, Lin Ling sneered at the 18 people. "You have a sharp tongue. I know you want to frame Luli Empress, but your plan will be in vain. Because Luli Empress is not related to the Spirit Kingdom. Don't think that you are the only trial taker of the deity realm. You are the only trial taker here." Among the 18 people, one of them snorted. Following which, the 18 of them released their realm essence. Through their words, Lin Ling immediately knew that other trial takers had also found this place. He immediately released his realm essence as well. The 18 people knew that Lin Ling was not simple. In a one-on-one battle, no one was a match for Lin Ling. Hence, the light of treasures rushed out from their bodies, causing the ground to billow with rumbling sounds. And in the sky, 18 different weapons appeared. They were all existences of the ultimate desolate body. These 18 weapons constantly emitted a sharp light, and then countless overlapping shadows appeared, forming a large number of blades and spears that shot towards Lin Ling. One had to know that although the 18 weapons were the ultimate desolate body, with their heads and tails fused together seamlessly, the power of their talents had reached the level of a connate divine fetus. Ding ding dang dang. 2 swords appeared in Lin Ling's hands, slashing apart the weapons that were shooting at him. Then, his eyes flashed and he disappeared from the spot. The moment he disappeared, a deadly whip swept across and shattered the void. After dodging the sharp whip, Lin Ling didn't do anything. He didn't stop moving and disappeared again. Rumble. Just like before, as soon as he disappeared, a huge hammer arrived and exploded. Countless nails shot out from the hammer. These nails were called realm-rotting nails. They could corrode the realm essence of a martial god realm expert. As long as one was hit, the realm essence would be consumed continuously. Furthermore, the nail couldn't be pulled out because once it was pulled out, the nail would enter the body. It was extremely vicious. Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, Lin Ling's speed was very fast. He appeared and disappeared continuously. Every time he appeared, there would be a huge hammer in the void that would explode continuously. What a nimble fellow. His speed is at 5,000 world speed. The 18 people were shocked. The last time they saw Lin Ling wasn't this powerful. It's okay. We will catch him. However, one of them said confidently. The weapon in his hand was a meteor hammer. He waved it slightly and then threw it into the void. The meteor hammer was extremely mysterious. Its speed wasn't fast, but once it locked onto a person, it would immediately follow the opponent. It felt as if the opponent was flying while dragging the meteor hammer. That was why the meteor hammer had such speed. These 18 weapons aren't strong, but their methods are very strange. Lin Ling immediately noticed the meteor hammer chasing after him. To his surprise, the meteor hammer was faster when he was faster. However, the meteor hammer was slower when he was slower. The meteor hammer's purpose should be to trap him. Caught him. At this moment, one of the 18 people's eyes lit up. 18 ancient slashes. Killing intent appeared on the faces of the others instantly. That was because Lin Ling had been locked onto and it would be difficult for him to escape. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 18 weapons immediately attacked in a certain direction. Judging by their power, it was as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse. Rumble. However, just as the weapons were about to explode, the terrifying aura of the sea urchin rushed out from the center and knocked the 18 weapons back. Luai's physique, super enraged state. Ah, my face. My hand. After the 18 weapons were knocked back, they immediately swept toward the 18 people. Looking carefully, one of the 18 people was covered with world-rotting nails. Obviously, they were bounced back by Lin Ling's super enraged state. Some people had their hands broken by a godly weapon. 2 of the women were lashed by the meteor hammer and whip. One of them had a deep whip mark on her face as if she was disfigured. The other was smashed in the cheek by the meteor hammer and her bones were broken. These 2 women were originally good-looking, but now their faces were disfigured and they looked very ferocious. He is much stronger than he was back then. The 18 people's hearts were also rumbling. For more than 10 years, they hadn't appeared in the final world, so they didn't know Lin Ling's strength. If they were in Snow-Blowing City and witnessed the Divine Dao competition, they would know that today's Lin Ling was no longer the same as before. Of course, even if it was more than 10 years ago, if Lin Ling wasn't afraid of Luli Empress, they wouldn't be a match for Lin Ling. Just as Lin Ling was giving them a taste of their own medicine, Lin Ling's cold eyes stared ahead as he secretly said to himself, "This is Spiritual Light City. Therefore, I need to get rid of them immediately. If I cause too much of a commotion, I will alert the enemy." With this thought, Lin Ling also decided to end the battle quickly. Lightning bloomed from his body. Lin Ling held 2 swords in his hands and the speed of 5,000 worlds erupted. No need to scream, because even if your face is disfigured, no one will see you in the future. In front of one of the women, Lin Ling appeared. His 2 swords crossed and the Bodhi divine light appeared on the sword. Kacha. The woman was cut in half at the waist. Meteor. Seeing this, the others didn't care about the injuries on their bodies and shouted. "Next, it's your turn." Lin Ling disappeared again and soon appeared in front of another woman. His long sword pierced through her chest, causing her to die with grievances. "I'm going to kill you." A tall and sturdy man held a halberd. His eyes were red because that woman was his lover. Your speed is too slow. Chapter 4097. The 9 prefectures' 10 evils had gathered. Kill Lin Ling? What a joke. Last time, they chased after Lin Ling and Lin Ling had yet to avenge himself. Now, they dared to come and kill Lin Ling. If Lin Ling did not kill them, he would be too soft-hearted. Evil ghost jellyfish. When it pounced towards another person, Lin Ling let out a low roar. A large number of black jellyfish swam out and entangled with the others. Swish! Another person was killed and blood spilled onto the wasteland. Next, another person. After one of the 18 people died, the others were unable to withstand a single blow and were easily defeated by Lin Ling. In the end, there were only 3 people left. They did not escape nor did they attack. They only looked at Lin Ling with anger. The 18 of them had been together for 30,000 years and were like brothers. But now, they were all dead. Therefore, how could they not hate Lin Ling? I really like the look in your eyes. However, Lin Ling had been practicing martial arts since he was young. He was already used to the hatred in their eyes. Speaking of which, ever since he went to the final world, his killing intent had been restrained. But that did not mean that he would not kill. I will remember you. If there is a next life, I will definitely take revenge. One of the dignified-looking men suddenly spat out blood from the corner of his mouth. Then, he fell from the sky. He had obviously committed suicide. Coward! Lin Ling said contemptuously. Knowing that he was not his opponent, he chose to commit suicide? If this was not a coward, then what was? Even if he, Lin Ling, knew that he was not his opponent, he would never commit suicide. Only the 2 of you are left. What else do you have to say? Lin Ling then looked at the remaining 2 people. Their faces were filled with malevolence, and there was a hint of hysteria in them. Lin Ling, let me tell you. Even if we die, you will not be able to gain any advantage. Because a trial taker has entered this place. He is trying to get close to Spirit Light City, but there are countless experts in Spirit Light City. Therefore, he needs a bait and you are the bait. The 2 men looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He finally knew the purpose of these people. As it turned out, the reason why these people were fighting with him was to attract the experts from the Spiritual Light City. This would allow the challenger on the other side to infiltrate the Spiritual Light City and obtain the information he needed. It seems that you are very familiar with my whereabouts. Lin Ling's eyes became even colder. He was very curious as to who this trial challenger was. They had no enmity with each other, so why had he been asked to draw the enemy's attention so that he could complete his mission perfectly? When you left Lord Lei Gong, your whereabouts were being monitored. We also knew that you would definitely find this place. Therefore, when you first appeared here, that challenger already had this thought. However, the 2 men sneered. It's just that you didn't expect that you would die here, right? Lin Ling continued and said the words that the 2 men had not finished speaking. The truth was indeed so. According to their original plan, they were to engage in a fierce battle with Lin Ling. If they could kill Lin Ling, that would be good. If they could not, then they would immediately retreat and let the experts of the Spiritual Light City find Lin Ling to settle the score. However, they did not expect that Lin Ling's strength would be so strong that he could easily kill them. The time he needed to do so was not long at all. Thank you for telling me. However, I think that you won't be able to see me being chased. As for that challenger who provoked me for no reason, I will find him. Lin Ling did not dare to delay any longer. His sword unsheathed and immediately took their lives. Then, without stopping, he rushed into the distance. According to his guess, the great battle here had attracted the attention of the Spiritual Light City. The truth was indeed so. Just as he moved, a strange fluctuation came from his surroundings. Lin Ling, a large number of experts have arrived. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for you to escape in a short period of time." Beside him, the giant ghost also sensed something and said solemnly. Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he helplessly shook his head. He could only stop his footsteps. Almost at the same time, the fluctuations in the surroundings were like water ripples. Then, a large number of figures appeared in the sky. Their cold gazes were also looking at Lin Ling. "It's you." The first voice was heard, "You are Lin Ling." Looking carefully, the person who spoke in the crowd was the woman in white who was killed by Lin Ling not long ago. However, compared to before, her aura was much more vigorous. Her every move carried the majesty of a god. It was obvious that her strength had increased. Most importantly, she actually recognized Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had hidden his identity. Lin Ling? Then, a series of surprised voices rang out. Lin Ling's gaze swept over and could not help but be secretly shocked. This was because many of the experts that appeared were people that he had seen before. There was the Immortal Temple, the Tomb Guardian clan, the Ancient Demon clan, and the Eternal Resting Place of Heroic Spirits. They were the 9 states' 10 evils. Lin Ling never expected that the Spirit Nation would have such great courage to gather all the 9 states' 10 evils. Among the 9 states' 10 evils, many of them were related to Lin Ling. For example, the Celestial Temple was where Yue used to cultivate. The Ancient Demon clan was the force behind the Demon Young Master. The Tomb Guardian clan was from the Dream Stream. Looking at the Guishi clan, they were also related to the Emperor of Gold. Among the 9 states' 10 evils, except for the Land of Eternal Slumber and the Great Devil sect, most of them not only had no enmity with Lin Ling, but they also had a good relationship with him. However, everyone looked at Lin Ling with a complicated gaze. "Kill him." At this time, a fierce voice suddenly rang out. It was an old man. He was the Gu King of the Land of Eternal Slumber. He and Lin Ling were naturally irreconcilable. "I didn't expect that you, old man, are still alive." Lin Ling stared at the other party and smiled faintly. "Humph, let's see how you escape this time." The Gu King's face was terrifyingly cold. This was because the kid in front of him had already killed 90% of the people in the Land of Eternal Slumber. Wanyan Shiji had died in his hands. Back then, at the Dragon Tribe, Lin Ling had almost caused him to die there. "This person is a trial taker, so we can't let him leave alive," another man said indifferently. This person was more than 2 meters tall and wore a black robe. There were 3 silk banners behind him, making him look like a great devil god. He was also the great devil god of the Great Devil sect. His strength was not much weaker than the 9 states' 10 martial gods. To be able to become the leader of the 9 states' 10 evils, his strength was naturally one of the best among the martial gods. However, as soon as his words fell, the other leaders of the 9 states' 10 evils fell silent. Although they did not know Lin Ling, they knew that Lin Ling had a good relationship with some people, and those people were the rising stars of the 9 states' 10 evils. Therefore, they had to give him face. Chapter 4098. Boiling Battle Intent? The lady in white suddenly smiled faintly and said, "There are only 2 endings for such a character. 1. Join our spirit nation. 2. Die." After saying that, she looked at Lin Ling with a smile and let Lin Ling choose for himself. "I choose the 3rd option," Lin Ling said with a smile. "That's not up to you." Hearing this, the lady in white narrowed her eyes. Then, she did not waste any more time and directly attacked. Her body exploded with dazzling light. With ferocious divine energy, it shattered the sky and attacked Lin Ling. 10 streaks of divine energy. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. The lady in white was not this powerful the last time. It seemed that the mysterious spirit nation could indeed be resurrected. After resurrection, their strength would greatly increase. Great earth flames. Putting aside his thoughts, Lin Ling tossed the two swords aside and drew something in the sky with both hands. Golden flames poured down from his body like a waterfall, forming a huge Dharma idol of the human king on the ground. The Dharma idol of the human king was covered in golden flames. It looked ahead and punched out. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out. The wasteland was overturned. In midair, a white palm and a golden fist collided, forming a ferocious divine energy storm. Crash. The experts of the 9 states' 10 evils were all unsteady on their feet and were sent flying. However, their eyes were solemn as they marveled at Lin Ling's current strength. Back then, Lin Ling, the son of the devil who came from Jianghu and destroyed the gods, was now a big shot in the entire universal void. They were ancient figures and had been famous for a long time. But now, a rising star seemed to have walked step by step from the current era to the ancient times and was on par with them. Whoosh! At this moment, a white figure flew out and floated in the sky. She had her hands behind her back and her white clothes fluttered. She looked coldly at Lin Ling and said, "The human emperor celestial flames is indeed extraordinary. Both of us have 10 streaks of divine energy, but I'm actually weaker." Her right hand behind her back was constantly clenching and unclenching. Obviously, the previous collision had made her palm very uncomfortable. The experts of the spirit nation are also not simple. Lin Ling also spoke up, "But what makes me curious is that the spirit kingdom has gathered so many experts. I wonder what you guys are up to. Join us and you'll know." The lady in white, Lin Ling Atlas Studios, "You know that's impossible." Lin Ling shook his eyes. "I wanted to sneak in, but I was betrayed by some shameless person." "Forget it, I was discovered. Let's fight." "If I can't sneak in. If I can't sneak in, Transen." His last sentence was filled with a domineering aura of superiority. "Transen. Do you think you have such strength?" Hearing Lin Ling's words, the woman in white could not help but laugh. "Come. You're speaking so highly of yourself. Let me see how strong you are as a trial taker." Gu King said coldly. He knew that Lin Ling's strength was very strong and was almost on par with them. However, it was impossible for one person to fight against so many of them. Therefore, he could not wait to fight Lin Ling to the death. "Is that so? Do you think I only have the strength I have now?" Lin Ling did not care and smiled. Next, he fused his talents and used all his techniques. Body of Thunder Lock. Dragon God Armor Unsealed. 6 Dantians fused. Devil Jellyfish, Dragon God Talent, Realm Swallowing Beast, and other powers were all displayed. In the eyes of the people, it was as if a catastrophe had arrived. A man floated in the air like a demon and a god. Behind him, countless tentacles were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. 2 dragons were on his shoulders, and behind him was the mouth of countless realm-swallowing beasts. What was terrifying was that white lightning was wreaking havoc in all directions. Above his head was the wrath of a human king. Chi! Chi! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They felt as if they had come to a zoo. This was because Lin Ling had too many talents. Furthermore, each of them was an extremely terrifying existence. 2 divine fetuses and several ultimate desolate bodies. TSK. If this child matures, he will definitely be a terrifying existence. Why wait until he matures? He is already not weak at the moment. Next, I think there will be a tough battle. This is the full strength of the son of the devil, Lin Ling. How did this rising star cultivate? Why does he have so many trump cards? The leaders of the 9 states' vicious 10 were all knowledgeable people. However, it was clearly their first time seeing a freak like Lin Ling. Therefore, they also knew that it was not easy to harm Lin Ling. Without a tough battle, it was impossible. This is your full strength. It seems like I underestimated you last time. the white-clothed woman said with a serious look in her eyes. The boundary energy on her body soared into the sky. She was ready for a tough battle. The Gu King and the great demonic god also secretly released their strength. As for the other leaders, their expressions were extremely complicated. However, they still released their strength in the end. An ancient war was about to break out. Farewell. However, at this moment, Lin Ling suddenly laughed. Then, with the speed of 6,000 realms travel, he disappeared under everyone's dumbfounded gazes. Everyone was stunned for a long time. Farewell? He was not going to fight anymore. What the heck? They had already taken off their pants, and Lin Ling showed them this? Damned brat. Next, the Gu King immediately roared. He was so angry that his face was distorted. Clearly, he also knew that although Lin Ling seemed to have released his full strength and was ready to fight to the death, he was actually preparing to escape. The most important thing was that he wanted to escape. Why did he have to play with these ancient monsters? Moreover, he was so calm when he escaped and even said goodbye. His face was full of fighting spirit. Fight my ass. Goodbye? The white-clothed woman was also stunned. She was so angry that she almost broke her teeth. Chase him. Of course, she would not let Lin Ling escape. Lin Ling was a big problem in her heart. If she could not make him one of them, she had to eliminate him. At this moment, Lin Ling was crazily moving along the wasteland with the speed of 6,000 realms travel. Fight with those old monsters? What a joke. Lin Ling was not that stupid. Not to mention whether he could win or not, even if he could, he would alert the enemy. After all, he was here to save people. Moreover, he was not confident that he could win. Of course, at the same time, Lin Ling also cursed inwardly. It was because of that trial taker. Otherwise, he would not have ended up like this. As for that trial taker, he must have entered the spiritual light city casually. Lin Ling would remember this hatred in his heart. Evil ghost jellyfish, disperse. Then, Lin Ling knew the strength of the leaders of the 9 prefectures 10. Therefore, he immediately urged the evil ghost jellyfish to fly in all directions. Chapter 4099. The whereabouts of Lu Chen. And this move was naturally to distract the pursuer's line of sight. At this moment, those experts were also quickly catching up from behind. Their speed was clearly more than double that of Lin Ling's. What a cunning junior. But do you think you can escape? We, the vicious 10 of the 9 prefectures, have not fallen for 10,000 years. Everyone has their own trump cards. He definitely won't be able to escape. Led by the white-clothed woman, all the old monsters sneered. But soon, they suddenly stopped flying and looked around. Then, they were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Why have so many Lin Ling appeared? Look at the aura, Lin Ling's aura is everywhere. We've been deceived. What should we do now? Everyone sensed their surroundings and discovered that within a radius of 10,000 miles, Lin Ling's aura was everywhere, causing them to lose track of Lin Ling for a moment. The Gu King, who had shouted the loudest earlier, felt as if he had been slapped in the face. He was so angry that his face was contorted. He finally met Lin Ling and had the opportunity to kill Lin Ling. However, he let Lin Ling escape again. Split up and chase after him. The woman in white's expression was cold as she waved her hand. Everyone nodded and immediately split up, running in different directions. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a headless fly, randomly choosing a direction and continuing to run wildly. With the speed of 6,000 worlds, he could easily pass through 6,000 worlds. However, this was a mysterious space that seemed to be endless. Even with the speed of 6,000 worlds, he still couldn't reach the edge. The wasteland was still a wasteland, stretching as far as the eye could see. After a long time, Lin Ling found a quiet place and sat down cross-legged. Using the speed of 6,000 realms for a long time, even with his realm essence, he was unable to withstand it. Then, he undid the talent fusion. However, before he could sit down, a figure stealthily condensed on a nearby rock wall. It was an elder wearing a gray robe. He had a head of long gray hair that was tied behind his head. Moreover, he carried a huge tombstone on his back as he slowly walked towards Lin Ling. A gust of wind of destruction quietly blew out from the wasteland. When it blew past Lin Ling's pupils constricted. From the wind of nirvana, Lin Ling sensed a mysterious aura. That old man was clearly very strong. Most importantly, he was also one of the leaders of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Lin Ling. The old man stopped 100 meters away. He raised his head and looked at Lin Ling calmly. Then, he smiled. Senior. Lin Ling hurriedly saluted, "Are you going to attack me?" Hearing this, the old man's smile turned into a bitter one. If it were someone else, I would definitely not let him go. But you. Sigh, Meng Lu must be doing well with you. I haven't seen him for many years. He was the leader of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils Tomb Guardian clan. Naturally, he knew Lin Ling. Although it was his first time meeting him, he had heard of Lin Ling's name. He also knew that their young leader, Meng Lu, had always followed Lin Ling. Moreover, when he talked about Lin Ling, Meng Lu was extremely excited. He kept calling Lin Ling big brother and brother. It was extremely rare for Meng Lu to have such feelings for an outsider. You should leave. The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head, just pretend that I never saw you. However, it's better for you to leave this place immediately. It's very dangerous here. Senior, do you know where Lu Chen is? Lin Ling hurriedly asked. His voice stunned the old man. He frowned and said, "He's not doing well now because he refused to join the Spirit Nation." Then where is he? Hearing this, Lin Ling became even more worried. It's better if you don't know about this. The old man sighed softly. However, Lin Ling stubbornly said, "Senior Lu Chen is my benefactor. I've come here for him. If I can't see him, I'll definitely search the entire Spirit Light City." Are you crazy? With your talent, it won't be long before us old fogies are no match for you. Right now, you're going head to head with us old fogies. Isn't this destroying your own future? Hearing Lin Ling's words, the old man suddenly shouted angrily. His voice carried a reprimand as if he was criticizing a junior. Perhaps Meng Lu was too familiar with Lin Ling. Therefore, he also regarded Lin Ling as his junior. Now that he saw that Lin Ling wanted to throw his life away, he was naturally enraged. Whether it's destroying my own future or throwing my life away, I won't leave until I see Senior Lu Chen. Lin Ling did not blame the old man for reprimanding him. Instead, he stubbornly insisted. Sigh. Seeing this, the old man sighed. Then, he pondered for a moment and threw out a small bamboo token. The last time I saw Lu Chen was in Spirit Light City. I've recorded everything I saw in this bamboo token. I hope it can help you. Remember, you can't force your way into Spirit Light City. You must move stealthily. It's best if you can rescue Lu Chen. If you can't, leave on your own. Thank you, Senior. Lin Ling immediately thanked him gratefully and accepted the bamboo token. Then, he curiously asked, Senior's strength may not be unrivaled in the 9 states, but it's not far off. Why do you want to join the Spirit Nation? There's a deity behind the Spirit Nation and we, the 9 states' 10 evils, are related to him. Therefore, when he returns, we'll all be summoned by him. Of course, there are benefits for us as well. Otherwise, we wouldn't listen to the orders of others so easily. The old man faintly said, moreover, there's a powerful background behind that deity. However, this is only our guess. I'm not too sure if it's true. Just as he finished speaking, the old man's eyes suddenly flashed. Then, he quickly said, "All right, someone's coming. Leave immediately. I'll hold him back for you." "Yes. Thank you, Senior." Lin Ling hurriedly bowed gratefully and ran into the distance. This kid. Seeing this, the old man smiled helplessly. "That kid, Meng Lu, has already called you big brother. As his grandfather, how can I not help when I can?" After saying this, he calmly walked forward. "Old Tombstone Ghost, do you feel that something is wrong in this direction?" At this time, a rolling corpse aura finally came from behind him. Then, it turned into a huge ghost head and said faintly, "Do you want me to seal you into the tombstone?" The old man continued to walk forward without looking behind him. He naturally knew who was coming. It was the Gu King from the place of eternal rest. TSK, I'm just kidding. By the way, have you seen Lin Ling?" The person descended from the sky and asked casually with a smile on his face. "Do you think that if I saw Lin Ling, I would walk slowly here? Get lost. There's nothing strange in this direction. On the contrary, I've seen many jellyfish-like things along the way. They all have Lin Ling's aura. I think we've been bewitched by these things." The old man calmly said. "I've also encountered many of them, but I've destroyed them all. That Lin Ling is so cunning. He actually used Wang Jian to deceive us." Speaking of the evil ghost jellyfish, the person immediately snorted. However, he smiled and said, "You really haven't seen Lin Ling?" Chapter 4100. Unfortunately, you can't go back. Hee, I'm just asking. After all, I heard that your grandson is very close to Lin Ling, so I'm afraid that you've secretly released Lin Ling. Of course, it's best if you haven't. After all, you should know that the price to pay for deceiving the spirit nation is very high. Sigh. Gu King narrowed his eyes, and there was a cold light in his eyes. Then, he laughed indifferently. "If you have evidence, you can tell the spirit nation. If you don't blame me for being impolite if you continue to spout nonsense." The old man snorted coldly, and his voice was filled with murderous intent. "All right, if you don't have evidence, then you don't have to be angry. I'm leaving. Goodbye." Gu King immediately waved his hand, and then ran in another direction as if it didn't matter. Looking at the direction Gu King had gone, the old man was relieved because that was not the direction Lin Ling had gone. Then, he pondered for a moment, and also ran in another direction. For directions, one of which was the direction Gu King and the old man had come from. Then, they each chose a direction, and the last one was the direction Lin Ling had gone. Whoosh! The cold wind still blew through the wasteland, making it look like a place abandoned by the world. But soon, the ground cracked open, and a stinking corpse crawled out, laughing cruelly. This tomb keeper is obviously guilty. When he saw the direction I left in, he immediately calmed down. This means that the direction I went in definitely did not have Lin Ling, and the direction he went in probably did not have Lin Ling. Then, it's this direction. Sigh. He finally looked in one of the directions. He had already felt that something was wrong with the old man, because the old man was too calm. In addition, the relationship between the Tomb Keeper tribe and Lin Ling had made him suspicious. And the facts proved that his guess was right. The old man was guilty. Then, he chased in the direction Lin Ling had gone. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Now that you've fallen into my hands, let's see how you're going to escape. Sigh. The ground wriggled, and a mound of soil rushed along the ground. Swoosh. Not long after, a malevolent ghost jellyfish appeared in the ground and seemed to be investigating him. Destroy. Sigh. The king of venomous worms shouted and destroyed the evil ghost jellyfish domineeringly. However, he was even happier. Because he was sure that Lin Ling was in this direction, and had discovered him. Run, let's see how you can run. Sigh. Boom! King of Venomous Worms rushed out of the ground and transformed into a 1,000-year-old corpse. He ran on the ground at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, as he ran, he laughed loudly, and a large amount of rotten meat flowed out of his stinky mouth. Lin, sigh, sigh. After a long time, a young man appeared before his eyes on a piece of red soil. The young man was leaning against a rock wall with his arms crossed and his eyes slightly closed. He seemed to feel that he couldn't escape, so he simply didn't try to escape. Looking at the top of his head, a mysterious umbrella was floating there. It looked very beautiful, and on top of the umbrella was an extremely beautiful butterfly. If a woman was here, she would definitely be very attractive. However, a man using an umbrella and a butterfly gave people a strange feeling. It's not raining, but you, Lin Ling, are using an umbrella. Are you scared out of your wits? But that butterfly is quite beautiful. Lin Ling, are you going to tell me that you like women's umbrellas and butterflies? Gu King saw Lin Ling from afar. Then, he slowed down and walked toward him with a smile. At the same time, he seemed to be smiling, but he was secretly checking his surroundings. As the resting place of the heroic spirits, Gu King was naturally more cautious. Do you know? You have destroyed 90% of the foundation of the resting place of the heroic spirits. Now, I have finally found a successor. However, before I pass down my mantle, I will kill you. Gu King said as he walked. You don't have to check. There's no one around. It's just me. At this time, Lin Ling seemed to know what Gu King was thinking and said calmly. Gu King's face turned red. He did not expect the kid to know what he was thinking. However, he was thick-skinned. He laughed and said, previously, it was that old man from the Tomb Guardian tribe who let you go. Don't think that I don't know. After I kill you, I will tell the Spirit Nation about this. Then, the Tomb Guardian tribe will be in trouble. That's a good idea. Unfortunately, you can't go back. Hearing Gu King's words, Lin Ling's killing intent was finally released. Obviously, he would not let Gu King escape. Buzz. Almost at the same time, the wings of the Purple River 6 Butterfly Divine War Chariot above Lin Ling's head flapped slightly. On the purple wings, a mysterious melody spread out. It looked slow, but it had a fatal power. What? Gu King had been paying attention to his surroundings. However, he realized that the most terrifying thing was the exquisite butterfly. Whoosh! A formless wind blew, trying to destroy everything. This wind was very ancient. On the surface, there was nothing special about it. However, it was extremely sharp. Gu King's flesh and blood immediately began to be blown away. He used powerful techniques, but he could not stop the wind from blowing. What the hell is this? He could not help but roar. He was getting more and more anxious. That was because he did not expect Lin Ling to have such a treasure. Moreover, his eyes lit up. He had finally discovered something. That was because Lin Ling did not seem to have been caught by him. Lin Ling had been waiting for him. This cunning junior. Come out. Next, he roared. He gave up on the 10,000-year-old corpse and released the huge golden silkworm. As soon as the golden silkworm appeared, the countless eyes on its body emitted light. Then, they condensed into a huge light wave and attacked Lin Ling. Obviously, he knew that the only way to defeat the mysterious butterfly was to kill Lin Ling. Whoosh! However, at that moment, the purple butterfly flapped its wings again, forming a divine wind that blew towards the huge light wave. Whoosh! Under the divine wind, the light wave was constantly being consumed, and its power continued to dissipate. Come on! Seeing this, the king of venomous worms roared and his eyes were bloodshot. Finally, the light wave reached Lin Ling and broke through the world of the divine wind. Gu King could not help but laugh excitedly. Whoosh! However, at that moment, the umbrella above Lin Ling's head formed a five-colored light curtain and covered Lin Ling. When the light wave reached Lin Ling, it immediately exploded violently, destroying the wasteland. The shockwave raged out in a radius of tens of thousands of miles, causing the earth to tumble away. The golden silkworm's attack was still as terrifying as before. However, after the shockwave ended, the colorful light appeared again in the center. It was like a waterfall, protecting a man's body. Chapter 4101. Infiltration. How is this possible? The Gu King stood on the ground, his eyes trembling. In the end, it turned into an indescribable fear. He had managed to get Golden Silkworm's explosive bomb to Lin Ling's side with much difficulty, yet Lin Ling still had a treasure? How could he have known that the umbrella above Lin Ling's head was the Zenith Sky Umbrella, which could release a powerful protective umbrella? It was a treasure left behind by the divine inheritance for Lin Ling. Together with the Zai 6 Butterfly Divine War Chariot, it was both offensive and defensive. If not for this, Lin Ling wouldn't have waited for the Gu King here. He knew that it was time for some things to be settled. Of course, although this offensive and defensive combination was powerful, it could only stop one powerhouse. Gu King, have a safe journey. Lin Ling said coldly under the Zenith Sky Umbrella. No, don't kill me. I went the wrong way. I didn't see Lin Ling. Where is Lin Ling? All the Gu King's methods were useless against Lin Ling. Therefore, he was completely confused and wanted to pretend that he couldn't see Lin Ling like the old man from the Tomb Guardian race. It's too late. Of course, how could Lin Ling fall for such a cheap excuse? Then, Lin Ling turned around and left. The Zai 6 Butterfly Divine War Chariot was still floating where he had been previously, flapping its wings continuously. Although its movements seemed light, there was a hint of the great Tao within them. This kind of innate artifact had 5 chances to release its power. He had released it once against the Yuan Venerate Martial God previously. Now, Lin Ling had also used the remaining 4 chances on the Gu King. This was because he also knew that if the Gu King left, Lin Ling would be fine, but the old man from the Tomb Guardian race would be implicated. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use the last 4 chances to destroy the Gu King. Don't. The Gu King's voice became softer and softer under the effects of the butterfly divine wind. Upon closer inspection, his entire body seemed to have withered and turned into a pile of minced meat. However, this was the minced meat of an old corpse, so it was very smelly. Even so, the minced meat was also constantly eroding under the effects of the butterfly divine wind. Spare me. As the minced meat became less and less minced meat, the Gu King felt like doomsday. Only the Zai 6 Butterfly Divine War Chariot was strong enough. If Lin Ling was here, he might not be able to kill the Gu King, because the Gu King could turn into millions of Spore Gu and escape. The butterfly's butterfly divine wind could destroy all these Spore Gu after an unknown period of time. The enormous and beautiful butterfly in the sky gradually dimmed down, and in the end, it completely transformed into golden light and vanished. Clearly, the Gu god, the Gu. Looking at the wasteland that was in a mess, the Gu King had already disappeared without a trace. He did not even have the chance to turn into dust. He had completely died. Far away, Lin Ling was running wildly. He reckoned that the Gu King should be completely dead. This also meant that he had one less big problem to worry about. After all, the Gu King was too powerful. He was good at casting Gu. If he had targeted Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to guard against him. Only by killing such an opponent could he be at ease. Of course, Lin Ling also felt that it was a pity that the Zai 6 Butterfly Divine War Chariot had been wasted. This was a treasure that had once scared away a Yuan Venerate Martial God. I wonder what kind of treasures the inheritance treasure will contain when I reach the 3rd level Martial God realm. Lin Ling was looking forward to it. The inheritance treasure of the gods guaranteed that Lin Ling would have all the cultivation resources he needed to break through to the martial god realm. If a second-level martial god already had such a treasure, it was hard to imagine what a third-level martial god would have. Lin Ling had already used up most of the treasures from the second-level martial god realm. All that was left were the Zenith Heaven Umbrella and some divine stones. The divine stones could increase Lin Ling's divine power. However, he didn't have the time to refine them now. A bamboo tablet appeared in his hand. Lin Ling then released the evil ghost jellyfish to search in all directions. After a while, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. The evil ghost jellyfish had discovered that there was a spiritual light soaring into the sky in the far north. Under the spiritual light, an ancient city sat there. The divine might of the city seemed to be concealing an extremely ancient secret. This made Lin Ling guess that the spiritual light city was there. It wasn't hard for Lin Ling to guess the purpose of the spiritual light city. It seemed to be to attract more people into the spirit nation. However, the spirit nation hadn't opened up yet, so there weren't many outsiders. On the contrary, there were many powerhouses from the 9 prefectures, 10 evils and the spirit nation. These powerhouses had completely sealed off the spiritual light city. What a strong defense. If they discover me, I'm definitely not their opponent. I have to sneak in. Lin Ling thought to himself. Before meeting Senior Lu Chen, he didn't want to alert the enemy. After all, if he was discovered, he wouldn't be able to save them. However, it wasn't easy to sneak in because there were too many powerhouses. Moreover, they were all old monster-level powerhouses. They were proficient in all kinds of strange methods. Lin Ling couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't see through his identity. I can only give it a try. Lin Ling disguised himself and hid his aura as he rushed towards the spiritual light city. After traveling for 6 hours, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the spiritual light city. Looking around, the spiritual light in front of him soared into the sky. It was extremely sacred. Looking at the ground in front of him, he didn't know when it had changed from a wasteland to a field of ice. It was pure white, but it was also made of thousands of years old mysterious ice. It was extremely hard. The surrounding air was also much colder. Of course, to Lin Ling, this little bit of temperature was simply insignificant. Lin Ling, be careful. Someone is approaching. At this moment, the giant ghost beside him quietly said. Hearing this, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. However, he calmed down and continued to move forward in his white clothes. At this moment, he had imitated his aura to be similar to that of the spirit nation in an attempt to deceive them. Clop 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 clop. The sound of horse hooves came from the front. However, it was very fast. As soon as the sound fell, more than 10 men in white clothes appeared and blocked in front of Lin Ling. These people's auras were similar. However, their strength wasn't weak either. All of them had the strength of a martial god. Moreover, their talents were also among the ranks of divine fetuses. As for whether they were Xiantian or acquired, Lin Ling couldn't clearly check. However, he could feel that these people's divine fetuses were all the same. This also made Lin Ling secretly surprised. This spirit nation was really powerful. To be able to cultivate all its people into divine fetuses, it was undoubtedly much stronger than the other 9 states' 10 evils. Who are you? The leader was a man of about 40 years old. At this moment, he stared at Lin Ling and spoke in a dignified manner. His gaze seemed to be able to see through Lin Ling as he constantly checked Lin Ling's aura. At their level of strength, most of the time, they didn't care about appearances. This was because everyone knew that appearances could be changed. Therefore, Lin Ling's appearance only changed slightly. What changed was his aura. He lightly said, "Someone from the spirit nation." Chapter 4102. Exposed. Of course, Lin Ling's reply was extremely calm, causing their suspicions to be dispelled slightly. You didn't see a man and 2 women. They are different from the people of the spirit nation. They are spies. Then, the leader said indifferently. No, but I'm looking for them too. Lin Ling replied instantly. Seemed like he wasn't the only one who had infiltrated the spirit nation. There were others as well. And these people were plundering with such great fanfare, it was obvious that they were looking for those people. However, with them distracting the spirit nation, it would be much easier for Lin Ling to sneak in. Remember, if you see anyone suspicious, report it immediately. After sizing up Lin Ling once more, the man in the lead also prepared to ride his horse and leave. You know how to notify us, don't you? The others also left with the man, but someone smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Without another word, he continued onward. Wait. However, the person who spoke earlier suddenly shouted, I asked you if you knew how to inform us. Why are you so rude to me? Did the spirit nation not tell you how to bow to your superior? Lin Ling was speechless for a while. He knew that he had met a tyrant. I understand, my lord. It was my fault. Lin Ling hurriedly put on an act and bowed, causing that expert to snort coldly. Finally, he didn't care about it anymore. Wait. However, just as Lin Ling was about to leave, another voice sounded. Fuck. At this moment, Lin Ling couldn't help but curse inwardly. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to alert the enemy, he would have already killed this group of people. Do you know how to inform us? This time, the one who spoke was actually the man in the lead. The man seemed to have realized that something was wrong. Tell me the method and use it. He shouted sternly and looked at Lin Ling viciously. As long as Lin Ling could use the method to inform them, then he would be able to confirm whether Lin Ling was one of them or not. Lin Ling's face was still calm, but his heart was even more depressed. How to inform them? What the hell does he know? You're really bold. The adults are asking you a question and you don't answer. However, I've long disliked you. When you meet us adults, you're always like a taciturn gourd. Now, you've become a taciturn gourd again. Are you a newcomer or are you an idiot? The man who had interrupted Lin Ling earlier, the man who interrupted him, he didn't realize that Lin Ling was too calm, and that he was being disrespectful to them. Immediately, the man in's Lin's is Lin Ling Lin. But this meant his note, is in his hand, the Bodhi-proof divine skill appeared and clashed with the man. Boom! The man's arm was broken, and his face changed. You're the most annoying one. Lin Ling was really unhappy with this man. If not for his nagging, Lin Ling would have already entered the city. Therefore, his right palm glowed with Bodhi red light and landed heavily on the man's head. Bang! The man's head exploded, and he fell to the ground. He couldn't be more dead. The entire process of Lin Ling killing him took only a breath's time. Only then did the others react. You're not from the spirit nation. They all shouted. However, Lin Ling didn't have time to waste on them. His transcendence realm erupted, and the dark sword appeared in his right hand. He looked at the nearest person and slashed. Another person was killed. In Lin Ling's left hand, a golden tornado was brewing. You've hidden yourself well. If not for my fiery eyes of truth, I would have been fooled by you. The man in the lead also shouted angrily. Moreover, he was furious because he had actually encountered a spy. Where did your fiery eyes of truth come from? If not for that idiot blocking me, I would have already entered the Spirit Light City. Lin Ling only had disdain for the man's words. Then, the flames in his left hand fell to the ground. Great earth blaze. Boom! Golden flames ignited in the ice field, causing the 10,000-year mysterious ice to continue melting. The dozen people in the golden flames couldn't resist, and they groaned in pain as they were burned. With Lin Ling's current strength, there weren't many people in the martial god realm who could stop him. What powerful strength! You have the innate godly embryo. I didn't expect the spirit nation to attract a few innate godly embryos today. Who are you people? The man in the lead rode a large horse and charged towards Lin Ling. In his hand, a large white saber appeared and he slashed down from the sky. The power of the innate godly embryo exploded. He also had the innate godly embryo. It was no wonder that he could become the leader of a small team. At the same time, the horse neighed. When the leader leaped, the mystical horse was trampled to death because of his great strength. Clang! However, Lin Ling didn't even look up. He crossed his swords and blocked the attack. The white broadsword slashed down and was blocked by the two swords. Crack! 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 With Lin Ling as the center, terrifying cracks immediately spread out. The entire ice field looked like it was about to collapse. What powerful strength! However, you're not the only one with the innate godly embryo. Lin Ling still maintained his crossed swords. After a cold shout, the light of Bodhi appeared on the two swords and repelled the attack. Whoosh! The man immediately flew backward and landed on the ground. He looked at Lin Ling seriously. He had never imagined that this youth would be so formidable. One had to know that he possessed the divine embryo body. Even in the 9 states, he was an existence that could sweep through the winds and clouds. Yet, this youth that he had randomly encountered had blocked his divine embryo slash. Rank 8 Martial God Realm, innate godly embryo, and it seems to be related to light. Lin Ling held his sword and looked at the man calmly as he spoke. Who are you? Why are you so powerful? What's your purpose here? The man said coldly. He looked around and saw that the golden flames were still burning his people. It seemed that he could only rely on himself. You have the 7 strands of divine strength. Lin Ling didn't answer his question. Instead, he spoke again. That's right. You seem to be in the initial stage of the martial god realm. My cultivation level is higher than yours, and my divine strength is comparable to yours. However, my cultivation level is obviously higher. According to my strength, I'm ranked in the top 100 on the stairway to heaven. Are you afraid now? The man sneered. Afraid? Upon hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head and said, with your strength, I'm not afraid of you. What a joke. Do you think you're ranked first on the stairway to heaven? The man sneered. The saber in his hand buzzed and released divine power. He pointed the tip of his saber at Lin Ling and a fierce divine strength immediately gushed out. However, before he could do anything, Lin Ling had already attacked. Chapter 4103. Assimilation. His feet stomped on the ground, causing the icy soil deep underground to crack. His two swords crossed, and the divine power of the true inheritance nether sword and the Bodhi testimony divine art surged out. Clang! Lin Ling's speed was too fast, causing the man to only be able to temporarily block, but after the collision, the man immediately felt that Lin Ling's sword was incomparably ferocious. He only has 3 strands of divine force. Why is he so powerful? Isn't he an early martial god? Suspicion also rose in the man's heart. But at this moment, Lin Ling's sword pressed down, bending his saber. This was because at this moment, Lin Ling had already infused the 3 strands of divinity from the lightning lock physique into his swords. Chi! Chi! The man's saber was suppressed like a bow, and it also made a sound like it was about to collapse. Who is this person? Why is he so strong? The man couldn't remain calm any longer because he hadn't expected that the young man would become stronger as the battle progressed. You can't do whatever you want in the territory of the spirit nation. Then, the man shouted angrily and activated all of his divine power, 3rd layer spirit degree. White light surged from his saber, and 3 saber shadows appeared. Furthermore, each saber shadow contained the fatal power of a god. I'm sorry to tell you that although you have a divine embryo body, you can't compare to me in terms of the nobility of a divine embryo. What you have is just a gift from someone else." At this moment, Lin Ling also spoke calmly. His innate talents fused together and went all out, suppressing all the power that the man had just unleashed. Clang! At the same time, the man's saber broke. The two swords carried a brilliant light as they passed through the broken saber and slashed open his body, causing a crisscrossing sword mark to appear on the man's body. It was a shocking sight. Moreover, the hard icy rain soil on the icy plains had been reduced to fine powder by the ripples created by Lin Ling's two swords. It was just that the people on the icy plains were unable to sense this kind of power. "Who are you?" The man looked at the sword wounds on his body and knew that he was definitely going to die. However, he still gritted his teeth and asked. "Trial taker." Lin Ling said softly and turned to leave. Swoosh! After Lin Ling finished speaking, the man was also divided into 4 pieces. The people in the surroundings were still resisting the flames. Most of them had already been assimilated by the flames of the human monarch, but they didn't commit suicide. The reason for this was that if they were resurrected after committing suicide, their strength would be greatly reduced. On the contrary, if they were resurrected after being killed by others, their strength would increase. Coupled with the fact that their leader was extremely confident, they saw the light of victory. That was why they didn't choose to commit suicide. Instead, they waited for their leader to win. Of course, this kind of confidence was just an illusion. When they were about to collapse, not only did their leader not win, he was killed in a few moves. Hurry up and commit suicide. After regaining their senses, they began to prepare to commit suicide. But it was clearly too late, because the human king's flame had already completely assimilated them. "I can't commit suicide. Why isn't my hand slitting my throat? Instead, you're slapping my face." After being assimilated by the human king's flame, not only their bodies, but even their jia qi was controlled by Lin Ling. This caused them to stand there like roosters in the rain, looking at each other. They couldn't commit suicide or resist. In the end, they could only stare bitterly at Lin Ling who was walking over. Their eyes continued to struggle, and in the end, it turned into worship. "Sir." They all knelt down at the same time. Lin Ling looked at them in astonishment. In his opinion, the people of Spirit Nation were very difficult to assimilate because at the crucial moment, they would commit suicide. Then, a force would be born in their bodies to prevent the assimilation. But now, this group of people was easily assimilated? Were they idiots? What happened? "You, stand up and speak." Lin Ling was a little cautious, so he pointed at one person and asked. That person could only speak out his previous thoughts. After he finished speaking, that person's face was also filled with bitterness. Lin Ling was instantly speechless. They were indeed idiots. "Release your powers and let me check it out." Following that, Lin Ling ordered. Boom! Boom! Everyone activated their jia qi and allowed Lin Ling to investigate. Lin Ling discovered that their talents were incomparable to the man from before. They were acquired divine fetuses. However, such divine fetuses were only slightly stronger than the ultimate desolate body. There was no possibility of them awakening divine might. This meant that they were only fake gods. Divine fetuses were also half fake. However, with the means to nurture gods, this spirit nation was much more powerful than imagined. "Tell me the rules of your spirit nation." Following that, Lin Ling spoke again. He had originally planned to try his luck and sneak into Spirit Nation. Who knew that he would encounter this group of people? Therefore, he could easily control them and would not miss such an opportunity. Hearing this, those people scrambled to speak. They were afraid that if they were a step slower, they would not be valued by the human king. As he listened quietly, Lin Ling was also familiar with Spirit Nation's rules. However, these people were not clear about the person behind the scenes in Spirit Nation. They only knew that a god would be resurrected here. That was all there was to it. Do you know Nine Lantern Fish, Lu Chen? Lin Ling asked again. Yes, he is imprisoned in the city with the leader of the Serpent Clan. Everyone from the Genesis Alliance is also there. However, the leader of the Serpent Clan is already dead. That's right. He rejected the Spirit Nation's invitation and was executed. Hearing these people's words, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He thought of the man who had transformed into a giant serpent in the ancient dragon wasteland. Although Lin Ling did not have a close relationship with him, he and Lin Ling were once allies. Clenching his fists tightly, Lin Ling looked coldly at the Spirit Nation in the distance. However, he suppressed his anger in the end. This was because he knew that he was weak and could not fight against Spirit Nation. In Spirit Nation, only gods could suppress them. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to save the Genesis Alliance and the remaining Serpent Clan. Take me in. I want to save them. Next, Lin Ling revealed his purpose. However, it also shocked the group of people. This was because they knew that this was an extremely difficult task. However, they had been assimilated by the human king's flame. Therefore, they were not worried about themselves. Instead, they were worried about Lin Ling. My lord, why don't we go and save them? You stay outside the city. Yes, this trip will definitely succeed. They said as if they were asking for credit. Their words also made Lin Ling sigh inwardly. The human king's flame was indeed terrifying. After being assimilated, they were originally enemies, but now they were loyal and devoted. This matter is of great importance. I will go personally. However, Lin Ling was obviously not at ease with them. He was not afraid that they would betray him, but he thought that they did not have the ability to save people. Chapter 4104. He went that way. The magnificent Spirit Light City was like a city of ice crystals. Spirit light soared into the sky from the city. As they approached the Spirit Light City, even more white-clothed people appeared in the surroundings. They seemed to be patrolling something. Who was it that barged in before me? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked. My lord, there were 3 people who barged in. Their whereabouts are unknown and their identities are unclear. However, we can confirm that they are still alive. Now, the Spirit Nation is waiting for Lord Bayu's return to make a decision. Someone behind him immediately replied. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled into a smile when he heard this. He guessed that the 3 of them were probably participants of the trial, and one of them was the person that had framed him, Lin Ling. After all, without Lin Ling as bait, the 3 of them would probably be utterly unable to enter the city. Therefore, Lin Ling was very curious about the person who framed him. Who was so bold? If Lin Ling had the chance to meet him, he would definitely not let him go. Along the way, a huge ice door appeared in front of him. There were white-clothed people quickly going in and out of the ice door. Lin Ling also ignored them and entered the ice door. However, just as he reached the ice door, a blinding light shot from all directions, instantly freezing Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling did not resist. Looking at the people behind Lin Ling, they were also frozen into ice sculptures. However, their eyes flashed and they spat out a few incantations. When the incantations formed by world essence shone out, the ice that froze them instantly shattered. Next, Lin Ling and the rest entered the Spirit Light City. It was obvious that the white mist ice was used to test if they were from the Spirit Kingdom. Since they were not from the Spirit Nation, they did not know the Spirit Nation's mantra. In the end, they could only be frozen in the ice-sealed door. Next, they would attract the attention of the Spirit Nation. Although Lin Ling was not from the Spirit Kingdom, he was already very familiar with the rules of the Spirit Kingdom through the explanations of those people. After entering Spirit Light City, Lin Ling's greatest impression was that this place was very bright. Under the illumination of the light, the buildings formed from ice shined brightly. The light rays constantly reflected off the ice, making it extremely dazzling. Those who were weak could also be blinded by the light. Looking ahead, this spirit light city was not much different from an ordinary ancient city. There were restaurants and inns, and there were quite a few people. The only difference was that those people were not from the spirit nation. They were from the 9 states' 10 evils. Head to Senior Lu Chen's place immediately. Lin Ling instructed the people behind him. My lord, the place where Senior Lu Chen is at is very close to where the great god of Spirit Nation is descending. We must be careful. Someone cautiously said from behind. Then, they led the way. Lin Ling nodded his head. His soul force quietly spread out in all directions. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, he immediately moved forward. Along the way, they naturally met many people in white. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not say much. Boundary essence appeared in his mouth and he spat out incantations. Those strange incantations floated in the air, causing those who met them to immediately bow. This was because these were incantations that represented one's identity. In the eyes of those people in white, Lin Ling was a captain-level figure. Lin Ling coldly walked forward, full of majesty. All of you, get over here. Then, he pointed at a few people in white and said, go and bring a few spiritual horses over. Damn it, how dare you order me around? Don't be rash, that's the captain of 100 men. Those people were very unhappy at first. However, after seeing Lin Ling's identity, they immediately went to pull the horses. After that, they said with a flattering face, my lord, what can I do for you? Just say the word, and I will go through water and tread on fire. They obviously knew that in the spirit nation, the higher one's status was, the more likely they would meet the great god of the spirit nation. The person in front of them had a high status. All of you, get the hell away from me. Lin Ling said domineeringly. Those people were so scared that they ran far away. What a joke, he was going to break out of prison. How could he let these people of the spirit nation help him? Then, Lin Ling led the people behind him and swaggered forward on their horses. The reason why he wanted a horse was that he would need it to save Senior Lu Chen later. Even if it was not useful, it would save some energy. My lord, we're almost there. As they moved forward, the people behind Lin Ling secretly transmitted their voices to him. However, at this moment, a loud voice suddenly came from behind, catch them. Then, the street behind them squirmed, and a large number of powerful people's auras burst out. My lord, this is bad. Seeing this, the people behind Lin Ling suddenly turned pale. Don't panic. However, Lin Ling was still calm. He sat on the spiritual horse and looked into the distance. On the main street, 2 figures sped past at the speed of 5,000 world boundaries. Those who were not strong would not be able to detect them at all. However, when they saw Lin Ling's group stop at the crossroads, the 2 mysterious men in white instantly changed their expressions. They were prepared for a big battle, but Lin Ling's group remained motionless, as if they were stone statues. The 2 people were obviously dumbfounded. Sister Long, are these people blind? One of them said in disbelief. Judging from the voice, it seemed to be a woman's voice. It's him. The other person was even more incredulous and stared at Lin Ling. Of course, when the sound behind them got closer and closer, they couldn't care less. They looked around and hid in an empty house on the side of the street. That house seemed to be used to store 10,000 years mysterious ice, so it was suitable for hiding. As soon as they disappeared, a large number of people in white chased after them. When they saw Lin Ling and his people, they were surprised. My lord, did you see 2 people running past here? One of them immediately bowed to Lin Ling. 2 people? I saw them. What's wrong? Lin Ling said calmly. Ah, why didn't my lord catch them? They are not from Spirit Nation. They are spies. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the group of experts suddenly narrowed their eyes. They had encountered spies, but this lord was so calm. Could it be that he was just watching a show? Bastard, how did the lord know that they were spies? Also, what right do you have for the lord to catch them? Who the fuck do you think you are? Someone behind Lin Ling immediately scolded. It's our fault. The group lowered their heads. They had seen Lin Ling leading a small team and naturally knew that Lin Ling's status was not low. Someone then smiled and said, then where did those two people run off to? Sigh, they were one of the 3 people who had infiltrated Spirit Light City. We must catch them. As he said this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He then quietly swept his gaze across the empty house not too far away. He could vaguely see one of the people making a shushing gesture at him. Most importantly, that person was very young and looked like a little girl. They went that way. Chapter 4105. Goodbye, Long Yang. Over there? Sir, are you sure? Yes. However, who knew that the group of people in front of Lin Ling were all startled, looking very suspicious. Someone even laughed bitterly. Sir, that is where the spirit Marasi is. In other words, it is the latrine. Yes. Of course I know, but they did run in that direction. I say, you are too lazy. Don't tell me that because it stinks, you don't want to chase them? Are you really from the Spirit Nation? Yes. Lin Ling was also surprised. He had casually pointed and it was where the spirit Marasi was. Of course, he was surprised in his heart, but on the surface, he was still dignified and angry. Sir is right. Yes. Go and search. Search any piece of horse dung and find those 2 spies. Yes. After being scolded by Lin Ling, the group of people did not dare to be negligent. After shouting, they immediately went to the horse dung area to find the spies. Watching the group of people walk further and further away, Lin Ling looked at the empty room in the distance and said lightly, they have all left, come out. Yes. After a while, the 2 people finally walked out. However, one of them had a face full of disbelief and said in surprise, why are you helping us? Aren't you from the Spirit Nation? Yes. As she spoke, she also took off her disguise. Indeed, she was a little girl, about 15 or 16 years old. She looked quite cute. He is not from the Spirit Nation. He is Lei Gong's trial taker, Lin Ling. Yes. However, the other person recognized Lin Ling and also took off her disguise, revealing a beautiful face and a cold temperament. Lin Ling was stunned and said in surprise, Long Yang? Yes. He could not help but be shocked. Could it be that the 3 people who had infiltrated Spirit Light City were Long Yang and this little girl? Long Yang also stared coldly at Lin Ling. In the depths of her eyes, there was a trace of killing intent. Then, she walked towards Lin Ling. She was tall and slender, with beautiful curves, a slender waist, and 2 straight jade-like legs. Beneath the white shirt and pants, her legs exuded a seductive charm. However, her temperament was extremely cold. Lin Ling, he's actually Lin Ling. As for the little girl beside Long Yang, her face was full of shock. She had obviously heard of Lin Ling's name before. However, she did not expect that Lin Ling would appear here and transform into someone from the Spirit Nation. Most importantly, he could command people from other Spirit Nations. This was too amazing. One had to know that they were also part of the trial challengers who had infiltrated the Spirit Nation. However, they had been chased down for 9 streets while Lin Ling was still strutting forward. Long Yang, do you know him? Then, the little girl looked at Long Yang in surprise. She had also met Long Yang during a trial mission. At that time, Long Yang had saved her. Therefore, after a few times, her relationship with Longyang was not shallow. Hearing this, Longyang did not speak. She continued to stare coldly at Lin Ling. This caused the little girl to stare at Longyang and then at Lin Ling. In an instant, she had guessed something. My mortal enemy. At this time, Longyang finally spoke coldly. Her voice was filled with thick killing intent. That's right, the kind that won't rest until one of us is dead. Lin Ling rode on the spirit horse and replied indifferently. However, he also smiled. Thank you for your help last time. He was naturally referring to the incident at Heaven Pass City. At that time, Longyang had helped Lin Ling to stop City Lord Shao so that Lin Ling could escape. No need to thank me. I just don't want to owe anyone a favor. Now, we're even. The next time we fight, it's either you die or I die. Longyang snorted coldly. Next to her, the little girl secretly gasped. This was because Longyang's personality was not that cold. On the contrary, she was very easy to talk to and had a good relationship with many people. However, when faced with Lin Ling, Longyang's attitude had clearly changed. That's exactly what I was thinking. Lin Ling nodded. He could sense that Longyang's gaze towards him was filled with undisguised killing intent. He could not help but sigh. This was because he, Lin Ling, had many enemies in his life. However, most of them were eventually surpassed by Lin Ling and killed by Lin Ling. However, Longyang was an exception. She was a terrifying genius. Not only was she not surpassed by Lin Ling by much, but she was also improving at a godly speed. Sometimes, Lin Ling almost could not help but want to attack and kill Longyang right now. However, in the end, he held himself back. It was not that he liked Longyang, but he could not bear to see a genius like Longyang fall in his hands. I didn't expect that you, the disciple of martial god Wen Tian last time, would become a trial taker now. I wonder which god you're following. Lin Ling then smiled. Eugene. Longyang did not hide anything because she knew that Lin Ling would find out sooner or later. Lin Ling's eyes flickered when he heard Longyang's words. He instantly guessed that it was because of Luli Empress because he knew that the god behind Luli Empress was Eugene. As for Longyang, she was once martial god Wen Tian's disciple and was related to Luli Empress. Perhaps Luli Empress was interested in something about her, so she was trying to pull strings for her. This woman is really terrifying. I've become the heavenly voice of the gods, and she's become a trial taker. I'm afraid it won't be long before she becomes the heavenly voice of the gods too. Lin Ling's heart became heavier. Of course, he also admired Longyang. By the way, why are you so embarrassed to be hunted down? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and asked curiously. Although he was not familiar with the little girl, he knew that Longyang was a woman who would do anything to achieve her goals. She had once used her beauty to make a fool of some rich young masters. Therefore, Lin Ling was very confused. With Longyang's intelligence, she should not have been seen through so easily. It's that guy, that bastard. At this time, the little girl cursed angrily. Then, she saw that Lin Ling was even more suspicious. She explained, he's a trial taker from the Titanic Crescent god. That guy is really bad. In order to sneak into the spirit palace, he betrayed us and used us as bait to attract the attention of the spirit nation. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he thought of the guy who had set him up. What's his name? Lin Ling immediately asked. We don't know either. However, the little girl shook her head and said. It seemed that they only knew that the other party was a trial taker and were not familiar with anything else. Lin Ling, you're considered our elder. Why don't you help us? At this time, Longyang suddenly smiled at Lin Ling. It was completely different from the coldness from before. Instead, it was more charming. This also made Lin Ling's heart turn cold. He suddenly remembered that Longyang usually used this kind of charm to attract those rich young masters. Now, Longyang was doing this to Lin Ling, so there must be a purpose. How can I help you? Lin Ling suddenly smiled. Bring us into the spirit palace because we have a mission to complete. So, if you don't help us, who will? Chapter 4106. Long Talk. Lin Ling sneered in his heart when he saw the two beauties trying to flatter him. He wouldn't fall for it. Huh, little girl, you should be from the Kurishan side. As far as I know, the Kurishan treat their own people very well, so I guess that the Kurishan will not drive you away. Lin Ling said calmly as he shook his head. His words caused the little girl's expression to freeze as she felt somewhat embarrassed. As for Longyang, I don't know what your mission is, but I guess that your mission has something to do with being a scout. Now, you should have roughly figured out the origin of the Spirit Kingdom, so it has nothing to do with the Spirit Palace. The reason why you want to go in is that there is something there that attracts you. You. Longyang gritted her teeth, and her eyes flashed with killing intent once again. Yo, you've returned to your original state so quickly. How disappointing. I thought you would flatter me to the end. Lin Ling smiled again. Senior Lin Ling, you are really smart. Yes, the Spirit Palace does have what we want, but we really can't get in. You seem to be able to deceive the people of the Spirit Nation, so if you lead the way, it will be much more convenient. Longyang was indeed scheming. She had shown killing intent before, but in the blink of an eye, she smiled like a shy girl. Of course, if you don't take us in, we will be sad. At that time, no one can guarantee that your identity won't be exposed. Her last sentence was laced with a hint of menace. Then go ahead and expose yourself. I want to see who will believe you. However, Lin Ling didn't mind. He shrugged. Bastard. Longyang cursed in her heart. She already knew that it was impossible to take advantage of Lin Ling. Lin Ling might seem reckless and impulsive at times, but most of the time, he was as cunning as a fox. Tell me, is this Spirit Nation related to the will of the world? If you're right, I might consider helping you. Seeing that Longyang was so angry, Lin Ling said again. You're so despicable. We risked our lives to find out the information, and in the end, you snatched it away with just one sentence. Longyang said angrily. Then you can refuse. I'm not begging you. Lin Ling shrugged indifferently, then said to the people behind him, let's go, let's continue forward. You have guts. Seeing this, Longyang finally compromised. She gritted her teeth and said, according to our investigation, the deity behind this spirit nation is the host body of a world will. That's all we know. Host. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Naturally, he knew what a host body was. The girl he met at the Kaiyuan River, Xiao Luan, was also a host body. The one he saw in the Dragon Valley was also a host body, but it had been sealed by the Dragon tribe. Now, the god behind the scenes of Spirit Nation was also a host? You know about hosts? However, Longyang and the others obviously did not know much about hosts. Seeing the change in Lin Ling's expression, they immediately asked curiously. It's also the first time I've heard of it. But how can you be sure that the deity behind the scenes of Spirit Nation is the host body of the world will? Lin Ling did not intend to talk about the host body, so he asked in return. In the Spirit Palace, there is a totem of the world will. That totem has the power of the world will. We have all seen the world will, so we have guessed. Moreover, there are many ancient portraits in the Spirit Palace. From the portraits, we can see that the host body seems to be used as a sacrifice to the world will. Longyang explained. In that case, Spirit Nation is indeed related to the world will. Then, my mission as a scout is completed. Lin Ling nodded, then looked at Longyang and said, you have already entered the Spirit Palace once. Why do you want to enter again? After being asked by Lin Ling, Longyang and the little girl were suddenly put in a difficult position. However, after looking at each other, they finally came to a decision. It's because of the Jialan spiritual flower. Longyang said. What's that? Let's put it this way. It's a spiritual flower that can enhance the talent of the divine fetus. After hearing Longyang's explanation, Lin Ling was shocked. This was because he knew very well how powerful the divine fetus was. With the help of the Jialan spiritual flower, the acquired divine fetus can advance to the inborn stage. Not long ago, when Little South and I were searching the spirit palace, we saw a large number of Jialan spiritual flowers in one of the palaces. At that time, we were very surprised. However, later on, the trial taker betrayed us, causing us to have to run away. Moreover, it suddenly occurred to me that the people of Spirit Nation all have the divine fetus body. Perhaps this has something to do with the Jialan spiritual flower. Yes, Senior Lin Ling, it is said that the Jialan spiritual flower only appeared on Jialan Island during the era of the gods. It was also extremely precious during the era of the gods. Longyang and the little girl said one after another. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes also became heated. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. Although he seemed to be very powerful, in the trial taker's world, his strength was only below average. Lin Ling was no match for the leader of the 9 states' 10 evils. Take us in and then we'll divide the treasures equally. At this time, Longyang said again. She seemed to know that Lin Ling would agree. Okay, but after this, you have to help me save someone. Although Lin Ling wanted to save Senior Lu Chen immediately, he now knew that Senior Lu Chen was not in serious danger at the moment. If he went to save Senior Lu Chen, it would inevitably cause a great disturbance in Spirit Nation. At that time, it would be difficult for him to get close to the Jialan spiritual flower. Therefore, the most important thing right now was the treasure. You're so cunning. Seeing Lin Ling raising the price, Longyang could not help but scold him. Thank you for the compliment. Now, do you agree or not? However, when Lin Ling was thick-skinned, he was also afraid of himself. Therefore, he did not mind and said. We agree. Longyang had no choice but to nod. Lin Ling believed in Longyang's credibility. After all, this crazy woman was willing to go against City Governor Xiao in order not to owe him a favor. This showed that Longyang was also a person with principles. Then, let's set off immediately. Then, the little girl clapped her hands excitedly. Lin Ling asked them to put on white clothes and stand beside him. Then, he led everyone to the spirit palace. From now on, you are my subordinates. Riding on the spirit horse, Lin Ling said casually to the 2 beauties beside him. The little girl named Little South giggled. She did not mind Lin Ling's joking words. Instead, she said respectfully, Yes, my lord. Looking at Longyang, she was furious. This was because she had been competing with Lin Ling. Now, she was going to be Lin Ling's subordinate? This was a disgrace to her. By the way, Little South, do you know Xiao Luan? While moving forward, Lin Ling suddenly thought of the little girl he met at the Kaiyuan River. Yes, she has always been by Grandpa Hei's side. Little South laughed immediately. Is she okay? Did the Kurishin bully her? How is her cultivation now? Chapter 4107. Domineering to open the way. I can't answer all of your questions at once. However, little sister Xiaoluan is very good. The Kurishin dotes on her a lot. I remember last year, when the Kurishin brought her to meet other gods, a trial taker said something out of turn. In the end, the Kurishin beat up the trial taker right in front of that god. Little South immediately said. That's great. Hearing that the Kurishin spoiled Xiaoluan so much, Lin Ling was completely relieved. Hey, why are you blabbering on and on? If we're exposed and ruin our plans, we won't let you off. Longyang said angrily. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly and stopped talking. This made Longyang feel much better. It didn't take long for the spirit palace to appear in front of them. The so-called spirit palace was actually a huge ice palace. It was made of 10,000-year-old mysterious ice. As they approached the ice palace, they could feel a bone-piercing chill. Even Lin Ling had to resist the chill that penetrated his soul. There was also a large number of white-robed people at the entrance of the ice palace. Judging from their strength, they were not weak. They all had divine embryos. Hurry up. Currently, the experts of the spiritual light city have all left. However, it won't be long before they return. At this moment, Lin Ling also exhorted. He knew that the 9 prefectures' 10 evils and the woman in white were still searching for him, Lin Ling, but this search would not last for long. Humph, do you really think you're an adult? At present, whether or not we can enter the spirit palace is still unknown. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Longyang snorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling still did not say much. He led the crowd to the gate of the spirit palace, where a large number of people in white were patrolling, and a powerful aura emanated from them. Of course, when Lin Ling and the rest walked over, all the people in white also looked over indifferently. At this moment, Longyang and the others were also quietly nervous. Because these people in white weren't weak. If there was only one of them, they wouldn't be afraid, but there were too many of them. The white-robed spirit kingdom experts didn't say anything. They only looked at Lin Ling as if they were searching for everyone. Something's not right. Yeah, those two look familiar. They seem to be spies. Soon, a few people whispered. Although their words were not heard by Longyang and the others, looking at their cautious appearance, Longyang and the others were even more nervous. The sounds of discussion gradually grew louder and louder. In the end, the group of experts from the spirit kingdom seemed as if they were facing a formidable enemy. You are not from the spirit nation. Finally, someone let out a stern shout. Next, everyone released powerful boundary essence and surrounded Lin Ling and the others. Oh no, they really recognized us. It's mainly because they've been chasing us for too long, so they're familiar with us. Longyang and the others also knew that things were getting troublesome. Catch them. At this moment, the other side finally made their move. Little South, use all your strength to break out of the encirclement. I'll hold them back. Follow the previous method and regroup. Remember, don't hesitate. Once I make my move, break out immediately. Got it, Long Jie. Longyang and the others quietly gathered their strength, ready to fight to the death. However, just as the first person was about to pounce over, a figure suddenly leaped past them and stood in front of that person to block her path. What are you doing? The man was naturally shocked. Slap. Unfortunately, what greeted him was a ruthless slap that broke his teeth. What am I doing? Playing a battle between the gods? Isn't it fun? The person who attacked was incomparably arrogant as he roared angrily. This shout had undoubtedly intimidated all of the white-robed men. You. As for the man in white who had his teeth broken, he was naturally unwilling to accept this as he glared fiercely at the newcomer. Slap. Another slap was thrown, landing on the man in white's face and breaking his nose. What about me? Have you grown so bold? The newcomer roared angrily again. You're a spy too. The man in white whose nose was broken said coldly. However, the newcomer did not say much. The corner of his mouth moved and he spat out some strange words, causing the eyes of all the people in white to tremble violently. Then, all of them bowed. This was because they knew that it was the Spirit Nation's mantra. This meant that the newcomer's identity and strength were not to be underestimated. Are you done being crazy? Seeing everyone bow, the newcomer's voice boomed like thunder, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. If it was said that they had previously suspected that this lord was also a spy, then that suspicion had now disappeared without a trace. This was because the newcomer knew their Spirit Nation's mantra. More importantly, the newcomer was too domineering, directly scolding and beating them like dogs. However, the more this was the case, the more it proved the newcomer's authenticity. "Sir, they're spies." After everyone bowed, someone immediately raised his head and said, "Who said they're spies? They're my people. Do you have a pair of dog eyes? You casually saw two people and called them spies. I'm a spy, your whole family." Another loud curse boomed out, and these people were scolded until their heads were bleeding. "Get lost, I want to enter the spirit palace." Then, the domineering man roared angrily. Everyone was in a difficult position. Firstly, the spirit palace was a matter of great importance, and ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Secondly, the spy seemed to be right in front of them. "Sir, I'm afraid this will be difficult because it will make it difficult for us to explain ourselves," someone said nervously with a troubled look on his face. When he saw this, the domineering man didn't say anything and just walked over. Along with his footsteps, all the white-clothed figures lowered their heads and remained silent. Moreover, they felt extremely oppressed in their hearts. It was as if the heavy footsteps were stomping on their hearts. Finally, the man appeared in front of the person who spoke. "Tremble." The person in white was trembling and did not dare to raise his head. "Look at me." However, the man said calmly. In the end, the person in white did not dare to resist and slowly raised his head. Slap. A slap that was crisper than before rang out and sent the person flying, crashing into the wall of the Crystal Palace. "Did I ask you to explain yourselves? What right do you have to explain yourselves?" The domineering voice floated out at the right time. Longnyang and Little South were tongue-tied because they could see that the domineering man was Lin Ling. Previously, they had already planned to break through with all their might, but now it seemed that they had underestimated Lin Ling. Especially Longnyang, she was shocked and embarrassed. She was shocked that Lin Ling actually had such means. He was obviously more successful as a spy than they were. When they saw the strong people of the Spirit Nation, they could only run. But what about Lin Ling? He directly slapped the other party in the face and made them not dare to speak. As for the embarrassment, it was because she had reprimanded Lin Ling and told Lin Ling not to ruin things. Chapter 4108. A Mysterious Portrait. "Get out of my way." At that moment, Lin Ling kicked the white-robed man in front of him away, then led everyone into the Spirit Palace. "My lord, this is no small matter." Seeing that Lin Ling was about to enter the Spirit Palace, everyone was making their final struggle. "Your statuses are not equal to mine. You are not qualified to speak to me." However, Lin Ling continued to walk forward. His words were full of disdain. In the end, the people in white could only watch as Lin Ling and the others entered the Spirit Palace. "Senior Lin Ling, you're too amazing." After entering the Spirit Palace, Little South couldn't help but look at Lin Ling with admiration. So. Lin Ling touched his nose and suddenly looked at Longnyang with a hint of mockery. Longnyang naturally sensed the mocking gaze. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth and sulked in silence. However, Lin Ling didn't have time to care about them because he knew that he didn't have much time left. "Go to that palace immediately," Lin Ling said to Longnyang and the others. Longnyang and the others also quickly nodded. Although Longnyang and Lin Ling were enemies, at least for now, they were partners. Then, according to their memories, they led Lin Ling and the others forward. The Spirit Palace was an important place, so there weren't many people in white there. The few people who were scattered around naturally couldn't stop Lin Ling. "We're almost there. After passing through this hall, we just need to walk through 2 more corridors." After an unknown amount of time, Longnyang led Lin Ling to a hall. A large number of portraits were engraved on the walls of this hall. If one looked carefully, they were telling the story of the host body being sacrificed. On the wall in the center of the hall, a black square was engraved there. The square was about 5 meters in radius. The inside of the square was pitch black, and it was completely black. Just from the outside, one couldn't see anything. However, if one sensed it carefully, one would discover the power of the world's will. Lin Ling had already come into contact with many warriors who had been possessed by the world's will. Naturally, he was very familiar with that power. It seems that the spirit nation is really related to the world's will. Lin Ling nodded secretly. Next, he moved forward again. However, just as he was about to leave, he found a portrait in the corner. The portrait of a man whose face couldn't be seen clearly. He was standing on an altar with his hands open. Below the altar, countless people were kneeling. Moreover, in the portrait, when they were kneeling, wisps of gas floated towards the man. Looking at the side of the portrait, there was another portrait. However, the man in the portrait quietly condensed his facial features. Moreover, he was smiling. Senior Lin Ling, these two portraits are very evil. Let's leave immediately. Little South could not help but whisper when she saw Lin Ling staring at the two portraits. How is it evil? Lin Ling asked curiously. I can't explain it clearly. However, I keep feeling that the portrait is alive. It's staring at us and smiling. It knows our every move. Little South said with a frown. Her words stunned Lin Ling. Little South can become a trial taker. She has her own abilities. Sometimes, her words are very accurate. At this moment, Longyang stopped at the exit of the hall and said lightly. Lin Ling suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He looked at the two portraits again and then left without stopping. However, although he left the hall, Lin Ling still had the two portraits in his mind. It was as if he could not get rid of them. However, at this moment, a fierce voice sounded in Lin Ling's ears. Wake up! This voice was like a giant hammer that fiercely smashed the two portraits into pieces. After that, the strange feeling did not appear again. Lin Ling secretly wiped off his cold sweat. Although he did not know why this happened, he now felt that the two portraits were a little evil. Thank you. Then, Lin Ling said to the giant ghost beside him. Previously, it was the giant ghost that woke him up. Those two portraits are not simple. There is a strange power in them. It's a bit like your steps of God. The giant ghost nodded and said. Steps of God. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. After nodding, he immediately chased after Longyang and the rest. However, as he ran, he thought of the first portrait again. Of course, this time he thought of it voluntarily, so there was no strange feeling. In the first portrait, the mysterious man did not have a silhouette. Under the altar, countless people were kneeling, forming a force that condensed on the man's body. Next, in the second portrait, the man's facial features began to appear. Lin Ling immediately told the giant ghost this because he felt that the two portraits seemed to be telling him something. Could it be the power of faith? The giant ghost pondered for a moment and said immediately. It's very possible. Lin Ling nodded and did not think anymore. He chased after Longyang and the rest. Unknowingly, the hall with the sapphire spiritual flower was getting closer and closer. However, just as they approached, they immediately saw that the door of the hall was tightly shut. There were many people in white outside the door. It seemed that this place with great treasures was heavily guarded. Get lost, I want to go in. However, one of the people in white seemed to want to enter the hall. Of course, the others naturally stopped him. I'm Huang Ling. The person in white's face was cold as he said majestically. Huang Ling. Hearing his words, the faces of the people in white outside the door changed, revealing a difficult look. I'm Huang Ling. The person in white did not say much. He still said the same sentence, but his mouth spat out the spirit kingdom's incantation. However, he was sneering in his heart because he knew that this sentence represented the key. Sacred Dragon K Phoenix. These were the ranks of the Spirit Kingdom. They were Sacred Spirit, Dragon Spirit, K Spirit, and Huang Ling. Although the Huang Ling was the lowest rank. But to the warriors of the Spirit Kingdom, this rank was higher than theirs. Understood, my lord. The people in white stared at the Spirit Kingdom's incantation and then kept thinking. Finally, they could only nod. Then, a few of them spat out the Spirit Kingdom's incantation on the huge ice door. Every time the incantation appeared, the thick ice door opened a little. As for the person in white, his face was still cold, but his heart was filled with joy. He could finally sneak in. In order to sneak in, he had thought of all kinds of methods. In the end, he ambushed an expert of the Spirit Kingdom and used a secret treasure to prevent the other party from committing suicide. He also took everything from the other party, including his identity. Now, as long as he could enter, the treasures in the hall would be his. It's him. Far away from the ice door, Lin Ling and Longyang were quietly watching. Longyang suddenly frowned, then gritted her teeth and said, "You know him?" Chapter 4109. Han Xie. He's the challenger who betrayed us. Longyang nodded. Her words made Lin Ling stunned for a moment. Following that, his lips curled into a sneer. He had been looking for that challenger all this time. Who would have thought that he would bump into the muzzle of his gun? If he didn't mess with him, Lin Ling's years of martial arts training would have been in vain. Longyang saw Lin Ling's eyes flash. Although that cold light was hidden very well, she still caught it in the end. Subconsciously, Longyang's heart trembled as a feeling of dread rose within her. Because she was too familiar with Lin Ling. Once this cold light appeared in Lin Ling's eyes, then someone would definitely be unlucky. And as his opponent, she had suffered plenty of such hardships in the past. You also have enmity with him? Longyang suddenly asked. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He told her about the previous matter, which made Longyang finally understand. However, she also secretly admired that challenger. This admiration was not because of his methods, but because of his courage. He actually dared to frame Lin Ling for no reason. At this moment, the white-robed man had his hands behind his back as he slowly watched the ice door open. The smile on his lips deepened by a bit. This large hall contained countless treasures. Naturally, he knew about it. He even guessed that this was the place where the spiritual light city stored their treasures. Not only did it contain the indigo spiritual flower, it also contained other rare treasures. Of course, ordinary people would not be able to get close to this kind of treasure trove. However, in the current spiritual light city, the experts had already left. This gave him this opportunity. Lin Ling? He's just an idiot. He secretly sneered. Towards Lin Ling, he naturally did not recognize him. However, he had heard of his name. It was said that he was a fierce person under Lei Gong. However, in his opinion, he was just a person with an undeserved reputation. Perhaps this Lin Ling was powerful to the cultivators of the 9 prefectures, but to the cultivators of the 9 prefectures, he was still too tender. I'm sorry. In order to enter this place, I have to sacrifice you. Of course, this is also a lesson that I, Han Xie, have taught you. The white-robed man said sarcastically. With this thought in mind, the huge ice door in front of him opened wide enough for one person to enter. This made Han Xie secretly excited. However, just as he was about to enter, a chuckle suddenly sounded behind him. My friend, as the saying goes, it's hard to swallow everything alone. Could it be that you want to swallow all the treasures inside? The voice was very clear and crisp. It was obviously a woman's voice. Han Xie subconsciously turned his head to look. Then, he was stunned. He almost rubbed his eyes. This was because he recognized the 2 people who were walking over. They were the trial takers Longyang and the others. Not long ago, it was precisely because he had betrayed Longyang and the others that they were able to avoid capture time and time again. Hehe, you're really lucky. You're actually still alive. Then, Han Xie couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Longyang and the others with contempt. What he was talking about was naturally the matter of Longyang and the others being hunted down not long ago. At the mention of this, Longyang and the others immediately frowned. Their eyes were filled with anger. However, Han Xie didn't care at all. It was as if he was the wise man of the world. Everyone was being toyed with in the palm of his hand. You want the treasures inside? Then, he said calmly. That's right. We're all from the same place. Could it be that you want to swallow it all for yourself? Longyang suppressed the anger in her heart and said coldly. Ha ha ha. Han Xie instantly burst into laughter. He played with his fingernails and said, I'm sorry. I don't like to share things with others and I don't have the habit of doing so. So, you have no right to touch those treasures. Of course, I know that you're definitely thinking of doing something. Unfortunately, you're still too inexperienced. After speaking, he looked at the people in white beside him and said, These two are spies. Capture them immediately. After speaking, he was extremely excited. Emir Longyang wanted to fight with him. She was simply courting death. The people in white had been listening to Longyang and the others' conversation. Of course, they didn't really understand it. However, they understood Han Xie's last sentence. Spies? At this moment, all the people in white stared coldly at Longyang and the others. Longyang, you really don't have the right to fight with me. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you run away immediately, you still have a chance to escape. On the other hand, Han Xie took a step back as if he had retreated behind the scenes. However, he laughed as he walked and was extremely pleased with himself. Spies. As for the people in white, they were ready to attack. What's going on? However, at this moment, a large number of people in white arrived. The leader was a handsome young man. Of course, he was Lin Ling. Sir, they're spies. Seeing Lin Ling walking over with many people in white, the people in white guarding the door immediately guessed that Lin Ling was not simple. Therefore, they pointed at Longyang and the others and said. As for Han Xie, he was also staring at Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he had never seen Lin Ling before. Instead, he thought that Lin Ling was from the Spirit Nation and someone of high status. He was secretly shocked. He was afraid that Lin Ling would discover that he was a fake. However, on second thought, he knew Huang Ling's Spirit Nation mantra. Therefore, Lin Ling should not be able to discover him. How can you be sure that they're spies? At this moment, Lin Ling spoke coldly. Yes. Lord Huang Ling said so. The people in white immediately looked at Han Xie. This caused Han Xie to curse silently. He braced himself and bowed to Lin Ling and said, I've seen them before. Therefore, I know. Oh, you, who are you? Lin Ling looked at Han Xie and asked. I am. Oh right, who are you? What right do you have to ask me? Han Xie was a little nervous at first. However, he quickly plucked up his courage and said. I'm not qualified. You must have a pair of dog eyes. Lin Ling laughed and scolded him directly. Han Xie was furious. As the heavenly voice of God, he had never been scolded like this before. Of course, although he was angry, he did not dare to flare up. Lin Ling did not say much. He activated his Jia Qi and spat out the Spirit Nation mantra. When these words came out, the faces of the people in white in front of the ice door changed completely. This was because they knew that this was the K spirit of the Holy Dragon Phoenix K. In the Spirit Nation, this was not a weak position. It was even higher than Huang Ling. Therefore, the people in white all bowed. However, Han Xie was stunned. This was because he did not understand the Spirit Nation mantra. Currently, he only knew one type of Spirit Nation mantra. Are you stupid? You don't understand? Why are you still in a daze? Why aren't you bowing? Are you looking down on me? While Han Xie was in a daze, Lin Ling's gaze was already fixed on him. He naturally sensed that this cultivator was very strong. He was not weaker than Sister Zhen. However, now that they were in Spirit Light City, no matter how strong this cultivator was, he did not dare to act recklessly. This was because he was afraid of exposing his identity. Me. Chapter 41:10. I'm not a spy. Pa. Lin Ling walked over and grabbed him by the neck. Then, he gave him a few hard slaps on the face. As a subordinate, you actually didn't pay your respects to me when you saw me. If you continue to act like a fool, you deserve a beating. Pa pa pa. A series of vicious slaps were thrown over, leaving Han Xie dumbfounded. Because someone actually dared to slap his face? One had to know that in the entire universe, apart from gods, no one would dare to slap his face. For the treasures inside, I have to endure. However, Han Xie was someone who would do great things in the end. He endured the humiliation and said respectfully, "My lord, you've hit me well. I didn't react in time and was rude. You've hit me well." Previously, he was still thinking of using his status to suppress the other party, but he immediately guessed that the person in front of him was probably of a higher status than him, so he could only give up on this idea of using his status. However, he also had an intuition that the cultivation of the person in front of him was not high. Damn it! With such a low cultivation level, he was already the lord above him. He really didn't know how the Spirit Nation determined one's status. It was such a mess. If he knew that the person in front of him was also a fake, he would probably go crazy from anger. Are you an idiot? I'm slapping your face, and you're saying it's a good slap? Lin Ling said mockingly as he stopped after a while. It is my fortune to be slapped in the face by your excellency. As a trial taker, Han Xie naturally knew when to yield and when to stand tall. Of course, this was just suppressing his anger. If that's the case, I'll play a little more. Lin Ling nodded with a satisfied look on his face. Ah. Han Xie opened his mouth wide. He had been trying to flatter him, but who knew that not only did the other party accept his flattery, he even wanted to slap his face. Endure. Bear with it. After this storm, he, Han Xie, would be able to do whatever he wanted. Moreover, he wanted to take away all the treasures in the main hall, not leaving a single one behind. He leaned over and said with a smile, "Sir, please hit me. As long as Sir is happy, Sir will do anything." How despicable. Lin Ling sneered. The other party had already sent his face over. If he didn't hit him, then he would be letting this cultivator down. Therefore, not only did he want to hit him, he even hit him harder and harder. Pa pa pa. Han Xie spat out blood from the corner of his mouth. His teeth were broken, and his face was bruised and swollen. He was slapped in the face by Lin Ling, so he naturally didn't dare to defend himself. In the end, he was beaten until he saw stars. Moreover, what made him depressed was that this lord whom he had never met before seemed to be very unhappy with him. With a swing of his hand, he gave him a few hundred slaps. What bad luck! Of course, when he was slapped in the face, he naturally saw Longyang and the rest sneering at him. This made him laugh coldly in his heart. For now, he was enduring, but in a while, the unlucky ones would definitely be Longyang and the others. My lord, go ahead and hit him. Vent your anger. If you hit the right side of his face, don't forget to hit the left side. As he said that, he moved his face forward again. This time, Lin Ling was stunned. Was this guy a masochist? At that moment, Lin Ling didn't hold back anymore. He rolled up his sleeves and waved his hand again. The crisp sound of a slap drifted out, making Lin Ling feel extremely carefree. This cultivator had framed him, Lin Ling. Now, he, Lin Ling, could be considered to have collected some interest. Unfortunately, this cultivator still didn't know that the person who hit him was Lin Ling. And this kind of violent beating continued until Lin Ling's hands went limp. He had slapped many people in his life, but this was the first time he had slapped someone so carefree. Looking at Xianxia again, he was so angry that his heart was about to explode. However, seeing that Lin Ling had stopped, he finally felt relieved. Next, he lifted his pig-headed face and looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, "My lord, I know 2 spies. It's them." He believed that he had already let this lord vent his anger. This lord shouldn't target him anymore. He might even treat him as a confidant. After all, a loyal dog like him was extremely rare. Which superior didn't like this kind of subordinate who could vent his anger? They are spies? I don't think so. Lin Ling also turned to look at Longyang and the rest, but shook his head. Xianxia was stunned because he was sure that this lord definitely didn't know Longyang and the rest. So how could this lord be sure that Longyang and the rest weren't spies? Moreover, he had been beaten into a pig's head by this lord. This lord should give him some face. I think you are more like a spy. While he was in disbelief, Lin Ling's next sentence made Xianxia even more stunned. He was a spy. He immediately explained and said the Spirit Kingdom's mantra. Look, I know the Spirit Kingdom's mantra. I'm not a spy. He was so depressed that he wanted to die. This was because he had already slapped this lord so many times. Logically speaking, this lord shouldn't have any prejudice against him and shouldn't target him. But now, it seemed that this lord had already slapped him, and even slandered him as a spy. No matter how I look at them, they don't look like spies. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. As for you, although you know the Spirit Kingdom's mantra, I think you are more like a spy. Why? Xianxia gritted his teeth and continued to suppress his anger. He thought to himself. It seemed that he had been slapped for nothing. Fuck. Because they are good-looking. As people of the Spirit Kingdom, good-looking people are definitely not spies. As for you, you are ugly with a swollen face and small eyes. You look more like a spy. Lin Ling nodded seriously. What the fuck? Xianxia almost fainted from anger. Just because Longyang and the rest were good-looking? Furthermore, he was also good-looking. It was just that he had been slapped by this lord until his face was swollen. Men, capture him. Without waiting for Xianxia to speak, Lin Ling shouted coldly. Lord, I've been wronged. Xianxia almost knelt down as his heart went crazy. This was because he had almost entered the treasure trove but was suddenly mistaken as a spy. And the reason was because he was ugly. How could he accept such a reason? Of course, with his proud and arrogant character, he almost wanted to attack these people. But he knew that once he did, he would be chased by the people of the Spirit Kingdom through 9 streets. Although he was very confident in his own strength, he didn't have the confidence to go against so many powerful cultivators. Especially when he knew that the powerful cultivators of the Spirit Light City were still outside. If they were to return, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for him. Therefore, he was making a final struggle, hoping that Lin Ling would give him a way out and not accuse him wrongly. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling had purposely targeted him. Accuse my ass. You've been accused wrongly. That sow knows how to climb trees. To be honest, I've thought that you were a spy from the start. Men, capture him. Lin Ling shook his head disdainfully. With a wave of his hand, the men in white behind him charged forward. Chapter 41:11. Being ugly was also a sin. You. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Then, he could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood 5 meters away. I've prepared so much, but it was all for naught. It's all because of you. He glared at Lin Ling angrily. Finally, he could no longer hide his identity. He never expected that when the treasure was right in front of him, he would be mistaken for a spy because of his ugliness. It seemed that being ugly was also a sin. Anyway, you're a spy. Everyone, capture him. Lin Ling ignored Han Xie's anger and spoke slowly. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. All the people in white pounced on Han Xie. Han Xie also knew that he had been completely exposed, so he erupted with all his strength. Moreover, he glared at Lin Ling angrily. However, he did not dare to attack Lin Ling because he guessed that with Lin Ling's high status, Lin Ling's background would definitely not be small. Therefore, he vented his anger on Longyang and the rest. Protect them. However, just as he looked over, Lin Ling said indifferently. Fuck. Han Xie was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. They were all spies, but Longyang and the rest were protected while he was hunted down. It was too unfair. Longyang and the rest laughed at his misfortune. Little South stuck her tongue out at Han Xie with a cheeky look. They're trial challengers. Han Xie could not get close to Longyang and the rest, so he could only retreat as he fought. However, Lin Ling sneered and ignored his words. He almost wanted to tell Han Xie that he was a trial challenger too. He believed that if he said that, he would definitely anger the other party to death. Boom boom boom. Han Xie was fighting against too many Spirit Nation experts at once, so he had no choice but to use his trump card. His divine embryo was also revealed. At this moment, thunderbolts shot out from his body, causing a pair of black wings to appear on his back. His face also quietly changed. Sharp teeth flew out from his mouth, making him look extremely ferocious and ugly. Moreover, a pair of weapons appeared in his hands. It was a lightning hammer and a lightning nail. The lightning hammer struck the lightning nail, and lightning bolts blasted out, instantly killing many of the Spirit Kingdom's experts. Of course, this was the land of treasures. There were many Spirit Nation experts, and many of them had heard the news. Then, they swarmed toward Han Xie, and Han Xie was unable to gain any advantage. Lin Ling, look! At this time, the giant ghost hidden in Lin Ling's clothes whispered. Following the giant ghost's words, Lin Ling's pupils suddenly trembled. This was because he saw a fist-sized giant ghost beside Han Xie. This giant ghost was green and looked exactly the same as Lin Ling's giant ghost. It's also an evil ghost? Lin Ling said in shock. That's right, but it's different from mine. Its aura is very evil. The giant ghost nodded. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Could it be that Han Xie obtained it from the 8 gods' heavenly palace? After the giant ghost beside Han Xie appeared, it seemed to whisper a few words to Han Xie, causing Han Xie to look at Lin Ling. They had obviously noticed the giant ghost beside Lin Ling. Unfortunately, there were too many Spirit Nation experts around, and they were all chasing after Han Xie. Han Xie did not have the time to investigate. What a powerful spy. Everyone, you must kill him. If you're killed by him, the Spirit Nation will resurrect you. At that time, your strength will greatly increase. On the contrary, Lin Ling said this timely because he realized that Han Xie's strength was terrifying. This made him very clear that if the other party wanted to go all out, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill everyone here. However, he was afraid of the Spirit Nation and did not dare to do so. Therefore, Han Xie was retreating as he fled. The Lord has ordered us to kill the spy with all our might. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the Spirit Nation experts roared. Compared to Han Xie, they were much braver because they could be resurrected. In the huge ice palace corridor, the fierce battle continued to erupt, causing Han Xie to retreat further and further. He was almost angered to death. Although he did not know who the Spirit Nation's lord was, he could sense the giant ghost. This made him speculate. Could it be that the other party was also from the 9 states? If that was the case, then he was wrongly accused. Not only was he exposed, but he was also beaten up for nothing. However, as more and more Spirit Nation experts arrived, he did not dare to stay any longer and could only leave this place as soon as possible. Of course, when he left the corridor, he clearly saw Lin Ling leading Longyang and the rest into the ice door. This made him think, could it be that they were the real treasure hunters? This result almost made him dumbfounded. I'll go check on the treasure. In front of the ice door, Lin Ling didn't care about Han Xie. Instead, he looked at the remaining people in white. Yes, Lord. These people trusted Lin Ling even more because Kei Ling was too powerful. She actually found a spy. After we go in, seal the ice door. No one is allowed to enter unless we come out. Lin Ling said sternly and led Longyang and the rest into the door. Yes, Lord. The people in white said solemnly. Then, after Lin Ling and the rest disappeared, they immediately chanted the Spirit Nation's mantra and sealed the door. Thank goodness you're here. We almost let a spy in. That despicable spy must be here for the treasure in the main hall. If he went in, we would have failed to protect the treasure. It would be a great crime. That was close, that was close. Then, they began to whisper. They did not know that they had just chased away the wolves and let in a few fierce tigers. At this moment, Han Xie was running wildly in the Spirit Palace. Behind him, a large number of Spirit Nation experts were chasing after him. Han Xie's speed was very fast. With a leap, he disappeared before the Spirit Palace made of black ice could even shine. The hard mysterious ice on the ground cracked apart wherever he passed. If one were to look carefully, one would find that there were lightning snakes slithering about. All of this showed that he was extremely powerful. Long Ling and the rest are back. Everyone, do your best. Even if we can't catch him, we can't let him go missing. Behind him, the voices of the Spirit Nation experts could be heard. Han Xie was so angry that he almost exploded. This was because he knew what Long Ling was. Previously, he had used Lin Ling's appearance to lure Long Ling and the 9 states' 10 evils away. Now, these experts were back. Run. Now, this was the only thing in his mind. Moreover, when he thought of Longyang and the rest, he was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. This was because he knew that with him as a live target, the Spirit Nation experts would naturally give up on Longyang and the rest and chase after him with all their might. Of course, he also tried to expose Longyang and the rest's identity. Unfortunately, no one believed him. Damn it, the Spirit Nation is a bunch of idiots. Chapter 41:12. Animal Skin Map. How unlucky. Now, Han Xie had no choice but to flee again. Something's not right. Everything seems to be under someone's control. Beside Han Xie, the giant green ghost said with a sinister smile. I think so too, but it's useless to think too much now. It's better to leave as soon as possible. Han Xie nodded and then disappeared on the spot. And in the Spirit Light City, the white-clothed woman brought the 9 prefectures' 10 evils back and found out everything that had happened in the city. Looks like we've been lured away. It was the leader of the ancient demon kin. Someone is using Lin Ling as bait to lure us out. Then, they're using this opportunity to enter Spirit Light City. What a cunning fellow. But fortunately, we came back early. Now, let's pursue him with all our might. I want to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. The woman in white coldly nodded and led all the experts in pursuit. Since the fighters were all attracted by Han Xie, Lin Ling, who was in the Spirit Palace, was naturally very safe. When they entered the main hall, they immediately discovered that there were spirit flowers planted on the ice floor of the main hall. Moreover, they were emitting a resplendent spirit light. Looking at these spirit flowers, Lin Ling and the others were stunned. Especially Lin Ling, because he never expected that there would be so many sapphire spiritual flowers. Although this was the first time he had come into contact with the sapphire spiritual flower, he could sense that this spiritual flower contained a power that couldn't be underestimated. I heard that the indigo spiritual flower is a spiritual flower that grows beside the laurel tree. It uses the laurel tree to germinate. Little South said in surprise. What is a laurel tree? Lin Ling asked curiously. I heard that it's a divine tree formed from the eyelashes of some ancient great deity. It's incomparably powerful and possesses supreme might. Little South said. Lin Ling frowned, and a mythical story suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be the great god Pangu? In the ancient myths of Wuxia, Pangu created heaven and earth. His body transformed into the void and endless mountains and rivers. The breath he exhaled became the wind of the four seasons and the drifting clouds. The sound he made became the rumbling thunder. His eyes turned into the sun and moon, and the laurel tree was formed from Pangu's eyelashes. How do you know Guru Pangu? Hearing Lin Ling's words, Longyang suddenly looked at Lin Ling in shock. She realized that her understanding of Lin Ling was still too little. This was because she had also heard of this rumor. Moreover, she had learned of it in a certain mystic realm. Therefore, she knew that not many people knew about this rumor. How would I know? Lin Ling was stunned. In their country of Wuxia, there seemed to be very few people who didn't know about this mythical story. I know Nuwa, Hongjun ancestor, and I know about the primordial age of desolation. Then, Lin Ling laughed. Ah! Little South and Longyang immediately revealed curious expressions. What is the primordial age? Longyang asked subconsciously. She didn't know why, but she was infatuated with curiosity about the ancient great deities. When heaven and earth were first created, the void of the universe was chaotic. An ancient great deity created heaven and earth, forming the void of the universe. An ancient great deity created life, and an ancient great deity spread the great Tao. This is the primordial age. Lin Ling spoke frankly with assurance, scaring Longyang and the others. Little South's eyes were filled with worship. This was because this was the story of the ancient deities. She didn't expect Lin Ling to know about it. In fact, Lin Ling didn't know whether this was true or not. However, he was sure that there were ancient deities in Wuxia. After all, he had seen one. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's hurry up and collect the treasures. I reckon that the experts of Spirit Nation have returned and are currently attracted by that trial taker. At this time, Lin Ling laughed. No wonder you didn't kill him. So you let him go on purpose. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Longyang suddenly came to a realization. Lin Ling immediately looked at her sarcastically. Do I look like someone who's easy to kill? Moreover, do you think I'm his opponent? He's obviously a trial taker who has cultivated for many years. At that time, I was probably still in the rainforest sacred land. Sorry, I think you're that easy to kill. Although I admit that he's very strong, I think that you're not much weaker than him if you go all out. Longyang also said sarcastically to Lin Ling. Lin Ling shrugged and didn't comment. In fact, Lin Ling didn't have the confidence to defeat that trial taker. After all, although he was strong, he wasn't as strong as Sister Zhen. Next, the few of them hurriedly collected the indigo spiritual flowers in the hall. There were a total of 365 flowers, and they were divided equally among the three of them. The indigo spiritual flowers were the essence of the universe. They were left behind during the deities' era and could greatly increase the strength of the deities. With these indigo spiritual flowers, Lin Ling believed that his strength could more than double. For example, the dragon god's talent, the realm-swallowing beast's talent, and so on, he could now enter the ranks of the acquired deities. This trip to Spirit Light City was really not in vain. However, after collecting the spiritual flowers, Lin Ling secretly sighed. This was because the Spirit Nation's foundation was too rich, beyond his expectations. Then, Lin Ling looked around and immediately realized that Longnyang and the rest hadn't left. Instead, they were searching around. This made Lin Ling look around and see that there were some items displayed in the corners of the ice hall. However, on the surface, most of them were useless. Lin Ling, look at the picture on the wall. Suddenly, the giant ghost said softly to Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked over and saw an ancient animal skin picture hanging in the corner. On the picture, there were many scorpions, running neatly in the direction of the sun. However, Lin Ling checked it with his soul power and found that this animal skin picture was the same as the other treasures. It was useless. Do you know what those are? The giant ghost asked after seeing that Lin Ling didn't find anything. Lin Ling immediately shook his head. Do you still remember the scorpion you met under the Kaiyuan River mineral vein prairie? The giant ghost said. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. World scorpion? Yes, it was transformed from the soul of the world scorpion. There are countless souls of the world scorpion inside, so that animal skin picture is extremely powerful. The giant ghost said, didn't I teach you the art of beast taming? You can try using this method to control that animal skin picture. Of course, if you feel that something is wrong, you have to withdraw immediately. Okay. Lin Ling nodded. He knew the art of beast taming, and using this kind of magical power relied on soul power. Soul power was Lin Ling's greatest pride, so he was still confident in controlling this animal skin picture. In front of the animal skin picture, Lin Ling used the art of beast taming and treated the animal skin picture as a divine beast. His soul power had reached an extremely high limit, so it formed a rope and tied up the animal skin picture. Chapter 41:13 Ice Palace's Long Talk. Scorpions were the scariest. Although they rarely provoked others, once they were provoked, their desire for revenge would be extremely strong, and they would even perish together with their opponent. When the resistance came, Lin Ling was secretly shocked. It was as if he was fighting against countless world scorpions at the same time. Of course, the more intense the resistance, the happier Lin Ling was, because if he could subdue a treasure, this treasure would definitely be extraordinary. At this moment, Lin Ling sensed that the cold aura was increasing. It was as if countless world scorpions were pointing their deadly tails at Lin Ling. It's so hard to control them. Lin Ling felt that he was about to control the beast skin map several times, but he was interrupted by the souls of the world scorpions. If this continued, not only would he not be able to control the beast skin map, even escaping would be a problem. Lin Ling, don't control the beast skin map. Instead, control the beast taming technique on each world scorpion. At this moment, the giant ghost's voice floated over. Lin Ling was shocked because he knew that the world scorpions in the beast skin map could be said to be endless. If he could control them all, he did not know how long it would take. Spread out all of your soul power. The giant ghost continued, although it's difficult, you have to familiarize yourself with all of your soul power. After all, although your soul power is huge, your control level is still too low. Controlling soul power. Lin Ling had also studied this field in the past. However, his soul power back then was not as strong as it was now. Now Lin Ling's soul power was 35,000 levels. Lin Ling was clearly aware of this. Therefore, he also attempted to spread out all of his soul power to control the world scorpions in the beast skin map. However, this process seemed simple at first, but when it was actually done, the difficulty was not small. That feeling was like a person who was good at using a sword but suddenly switched to using a saber, causing everything else to be out of place. If I had been able to control my soul power from the very beginning, then it wouldn't have been so difficult. But now that my soul power is so huge, it's really not easy to disperse it. Oh right, I've been covering the evil ghost jellyfish with my soul power, maybe I can try this method. Lin Ling thought. He knew that the most important thing right now was patience. The beast skin diagram released blinding purple light. It was as if realm scorpions were pointing their scorpion tails at Lin Ling and were about to unleash a fatal blow. Even Long Yang and the others in the distance noticed this scene. "What's going on with Lin Ling?" Little South exclaimed in surprise. "Don't worry about him. He should have found a good treasure. It's just that it's a little difficult to get that treasure." Long Yang shook her head, her eyes filled with envy. Judging from the aura of the beast skin diagram, she estimated that the power of that treasure could affect any martial god realm cultivator. "Let's continue to look for treasures." Long Yang was not to be outdone. She also began to look for treasures. Time passed by just like that. Lin Ling gradually began to familiarize himself with that method. He borrowed the method from the evil ghost jellyfish, just like how he controlled the evil ghost jellyfish. Therefore, the speed of his control was very slow at first. After familiarizing himself with it, he gradually sped up. "Little South, hurry up. We've stayed here for too long. Those experts will come at any time." "Okay." Long Yang was still searching for treasures. But it could be seen that she had gained a lot. But she also reminded Little South. In fact, she was reminding Lin Ling more. While Lin Ling was constantly controlling the beast skin diagram, in another hall of the Spirit Palace, more than a dozen figures were sitting there. Judging from their appearance, they were not young. Moreover, some of the younger generation were standing behind them. They were drinking tea and chatting wittily. But their every move carried the calmness and confidence of a deity. The experts who came to Spiritual Light City this time are not as powerful as before. Yes. After a while, a middle-aged man picked up a teacup and blew on the hot air in the teacup. He smiled faintly. "Yes, last time, we recruited Lu Xian from the Sky Sword Academy. The harvest was good. He's an expert ranked 51st on the Stairway to Heaven on the Divine List. Last time, we recruited Sky Eclipse City's City Lord, E-Garden's expert Wu Yuan Chaoan, Miaoshan College's Zhang Wuji, Painting Mountain Fairy, and other experts. These experts are all at the top of the 100 on the heavenly ladder. This time, there aren't many experts. But although there aren't many, it's better than nothing. It's a pity that Duan Wuhan, the 7th prince, and other experts didn't come here. Otherwise, if we recruited them, it would be a great harvest." After the middle-aged man, other people who seemed to have an extraordinary temperament also laughed. Behind them, there were many people of the younger generation. They stood there quietly, but their eyes were filled with disdain and fighting spirit. "But this time, our spiritual light nation seems to have been exposed. I'm afraid that the 4 old guys have noticed." Suddenly, the middle-aged man put down his teacup and said. The hall became inexplicably silent. "What are you afraid of? At most, we'll just fight." Suddenly, a short and stout old man with a full beard shouted angrily. As soon as this voice was heard, the entire spiritual palace shook as if the heavens were angry. This meant that this person's strength had reached the level of a deity. It was extremely terrifying. What will come will come. Even if the 4 great deities know, what can they do? Moreover, His Majesty will be here soon. Why should we be afraid of them? The middle-aged man from the beginning was still as calm as ever. "Lord Ning, you're right. But Lord, there's one person who came to Spiritual Light City this time. If we can recruit him, it will definitely be a great harvest." Suddenly, someone said with a faint smile. If Lin Ling was here, he would definitely recognize this person. This was because this person was the city governor of E-City. Oh. Everyone looked at the city governor of E-City curiously. This was because the Spiritual Light Nation's purpose here was to bring people into the Spiritual Light Nation. Recruiting powerful cultivators was also their primary goal. Millions of years ago, they had brought away a large number of experts from Jianghu and continuously strengthened the Spiritual Light Nation. Now, those experts had become existences that could not be underestimated. However, they had yet to come to Jianghu. The ones who came were also experts with high status and authority. Now, they wanted to recruit more experts from Jianghu. After all, Jianghu had changed after millions of years. There were as many experts as there were clouds. I wonder what kind of expert he is. Lord Ning looked at the city governor of Yi City and smiled. His name is Lin Ling. He's currently a second-level martial god. The city governor of Yi City immediately smiled. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone frowned. This level of strength was naturally not enough to move them. However, he used less than 5,000 years to walk from the present era to the ancient times. Chapter 41:14. Attach importance to it. Because this meant that the junior called Lin Ling had reached the martial god realm from an ordinary martial artist in less than 5,000 years. From this point of view, Lin Ling was indeed a rare talent. Of course, it was only rare, and it still hadn't reached that level of amazement. However, the governor of Yi City spoke again. I know that a mere second-level martial god is not enough to catch the attention of the spirit nation. However, I can tell you that his battle strength is comparable to a late-stage martial god. Furthermore, he possesses a divine fetus. Qi. Someone began to draw in a breath of cold air. And he has 2 innate divine embryos. The voice of the city lord of Yi City floated out again. Many people stopped drinking tea and frowned at Yi City's city lord. On top of that, he also has several great talents and trump cards. He's not any weaker than the experts trained by the spirit nation. Most importantly, he is still a trial taker of the gods. As the last sentence was spoken, the gazes of everyone in the hall began to heat up. They looked at each other and exchanged glances. After analyzing, they all believed that this Lin Ling was indeed a rare talent. That god really has a good eye. He actually made the first move against such a talent. A moment later, Lord Ning smiled faintly. Of course, if such a talent can't become a trial challenger, that would be too unfair. I'm a little curious about this Lin Ling. That's right. I wonder if he's comparable to the people we recruited. There are strong challengers and weak challengers. The strong ones aren't much weaker than us, and the weak ones can't even compare to the Academy's experts. But, it can't be denied that they all have great potential. Following that, the others also spoke up one after another, their gazes fixed on Lord Ning. Lord Ning nodded. If possible, I would like to represent the Spirit Nation to recruit Lin Ling. Upon hearing his decision, many people began to nod their heads. The seemingly impulsive and tyrannical old man from before was even more carefree as he said, "Practitioners are elusive. I'm afraid that this Lin Ling will be very difficult to find." That won't be the case, because they are now in the Spirit Palace. Lord Ning suddenly smiled. Hearing this, everyone in the hall was shocked. The governor of Yi City was stunned, then he immediately smiled. That guy Lin Ling was also here? For trial takers were scouts and found this place. They also know the secret of our spirit kingdom. Lord Ning continued, these 4 trial takers are the 4 gods. They are Lin Ling, Longnyang, Yi, Little South, and Han Xie. They are all rising talents among them. Han Xie's age is the oldest, and he is the most powerful. What? They actually snuck in? They are truly worthy of being trial challengers, they're able to act so stealthily without anyone noticing. Of course, Lord Ning is even more fierce, you've already noticed them. But, why didn't Lord Ning stop them? Someone said with admiration at first, then suspiciously. The 4 gods only think that they are very powerful. In fact, they don't know that we have appeared in the 9 states many times, but they only discovered us now. They are really slow. Lord Ning snorted disdainfully, then said confidently, this time, we deliberately let them know. I see. Everyone nodded in realization. However, that kid called Lin Ling is really powerful. He brought the other 2 trial takers and sneaked into the treasury. Not only did he steal the treasures, but he also tried to steal the 1,000 scorpion sunrise painting drawn by Lord Ning. Lord Ning said, "What?" Everyone's expression changed drastically, because that painting was drawn by His Majesty. How dare he? Someone shouted angrily. Lord Ning waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. Our spirit nation can afford these treasures. Just treat it as a reward for them. After all, sneaking in under the watchful eyes of so many people is not an easy task." Moreover, when the trial takers were competing, I thought that Han Xie had won. In the end, Lin Ling turned the tables and used an eye for an eye to scare away Han Xie. This was a good show, so this is my reward for him. Next, if I am not wrong, he should be going to Lu Chen's side. Lord Ning seemed to have everything under control and spoke with great familiarity. 9 Lanternfish Lu Chen, the 9 states 10 evils who refused to enter the spirit nation? I remember that his friend, the leader of the serpent clan, died in front of him. I didn't expect him to be related to Lin Ling as well. The crowd immediately cried out in alarm. Lin Ling is a person who values friendship and loyalty. 9 Lanternfish Lu Chen had helped him before. Therefore, he will come even if he has to go through fire and water. Lord Ning seemed to be very familiar with Lin Ling. In fact, he was very familiar with every dazzling figure in the 9 states. This was because his responsibility was to recruit experts and let them become His Majesty's men. The experts that he had recruited had a bright future. They had all become deities and returned to their positions as deities. What does Lord Ning mean? The governor of Yi City had a good relationship with Lin Ling and was also recruited by the Spirit Nation. However, he had hidden it very well and no one knew about it after so many years. Recruit him. He will definitely meet 9 Lanternfish Lu Chen later. This is an opportunity for us. After all, he has 2 divine embryos. We cannot miss this opportunity. Lord Ning took a sip of tea and said decisively. That's right. We cannot miss this opportunity. The others nodded their heads one after another. On the contrary, the young experts behind them had flames of jealousy in their eyes. Naturally, they had heard of Lin Ling's name. However, they had never taken him seriously because he was just a trial taker. Unless it was the top few, they were not afraid. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others obviously did not know that they had been discovered long ago. At the same time, Lin Ling also put away the beast skin map. At this moment, he had successfully used the beast taming technique to tie up all the world scorpions. Although the process was not easy, the result was delightful. This was because the beast skin map was indeed a rare treasure. It could release the world scorpion's rising sun array. In fact, this beast skin map was drawn by the soul of the world scorpion. Countless world scorpions were imprisoned in it. These world scorpions were trapped in the beast skin map. They all wanted to leave the beast skin map and fly to the rising sun like moths to a flame. When Lin Ling activated the treasure, he was actually freeing the world scorpions and completing their mission. The rising sun. Let's go immediately. After putting away the treasure, Lin Ling said to Longyang and the others. It took you so long. This treasure must be extraordinary. Longyang said in a sour tone. Didn't you also get a treasure? How about I use this beast skin map to exchange with you? Lin Ling said with a faint smile. No way. No. Chapter 41:15. Arrived. Hee, you guys don't need to fight anymore. In any case, we've already reaped a great harvest. Moreover, the mission has also been completed. It's time to leave Spirit Light City. Little South was obviously in a good mood and interrupted the conversation between Lin Ling and Longyang. Have you forgotten what you promised me? However, Lin Ling looked at Little South with a strange smile, which made Little South think of something. She stuck out her tongue and nodded. Then let's go save them. She didn't forget her promise to Lin Ling. The three of them arrived in front of the huge ice door. Lin Ling also borrowed the human monarch's flame to make the white-clothed person outside open the door. Outside the ice door, the people in white who had been assimilated by him were still standing guard. When they heard Lin Ling's order, they immediately said to the people in white who were guarding the door, "My lord is coming out, open the door immediately." Good. The white-robed men did not suspect anything and immediately began to chant the Spirit Nation's incantation. Rumble. The gigantic ice door slowly opened, but it wasn't moving at a fast speed. As they watched the ice door slowly open, Lin Ling and the other two felt a little anxious. They were just one step away from escaping with their lives. They hoped that no strong cultivators would appear during this process. Fortunately, their prayers were answered. When the ice door opened wide enough for one person to pass through, Lin Ling and the rest did not encounter any Spirit Nation experts. At that moment, Lin Ling didn't beat around the bush. He instructed these people to guard the main hall and then led everyone away. After the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn, the corridor of the main hall welcomed many experts. The person in the lead was the white-robed woman and the leader of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. The white-robed woman searched the Spirit Light City, but in the end, she still let Han Xia escape. This made the white-robed woman furious. Moreover, from Han Xia's words, she knew that he was not the only one who had infiltrated the Spiritual Light City. There were 3 other challengers, and these challengers were all in the Spirit Palace. That was why she had rushed into the Spirit Palace so anxiously. During this period of time, did anyone enter the main hall? The white-clothed woman brought the crowd over and questioned the white-clothed people. Those experts naturally spoke of what had happened before. What? Are you all idiots? How can you allow anyone to enter a place with such great treasures? Hearing this, the woman in white finally felt that something was amiss. But, that lord is K Ling, we don't dare to disobey his orders at all. The Spirit Nation's experts were startled and quickly lowered their heads to explain. A bunch of trash. The woman evidently knew that she could not blame these people. The Spirit Kingdom's status was clear, and K Ling's status was even higher. How could these people resist her orders? Open the ice door. Then, the woman gritted her teeth and said. She prayed in her heart that nothing would happen. However, after some time had passed, the ice door opened, revealing an empty hall. Her face finally turned pale. Sure enough, they were all fooled. This was a scheme to lure the tiger away from the mountain. According to Han Xia, there are 3 trial takers in the Spirit Palace. Then, I can be sure that one of them is Lin Ling. Because, the 4 great gods sent trial takers as scouts. Generally, each god would only send 1 trial taker. Lin Ling is obviously here on behalf of one of the gods. The gods on his side will not send out other trial takers. Suddenly, the great demon god of the great demon sect said coldly. Lin Ling? The white-clothed woman suddenly clenched her teeth. Wasn't he being chased by us? Why did he escape here? This is a scheme to lure the tiger away from the mountain. He lured us out and then turned around to enter the Spirit Light City. This Lin Ling is really cunning. The great demon god said coldly. Being fooled by Lin Ling, his mood was naturally not good. The other leaders of the 9 prefectures' 10 vicious did not speak. However, their eyes were secretly dark, especially the leader of the Tomb Guardian clan. His heart was like thunder. This was because not long ago, he was the one who had let Lin Ling go. He did not expect Lin Ling to go against his will and escape into the Spirit Light City. Those little guys were really brave. They must not have gone far. Search. Search the entire Spirit Palace to find them. Also, no one is allowed to enter or leave the Spirit Palace. The white-clothed woman's status was obviously not low. She immediately gave the order. Dragon Spirit, according to the time, it is time to let those people in. What should we do now? Beside her, the leader of the ancient demon clan suddenly asked. Hearing this, the white-clothed woman's eyes flickered. She naturally knew that outside the Spirit Light City, a large number of people were still searching for the Spirit Light City. They treated the Spirit Light City as the place of the gods' treasury. It was just that the Spirit Nation did not let them in. However, the Spirit Nation's purpose was to recruit that group of people. According to the time, it was time for them to enter the Spirit Light City. But the treasures in the main hall have all been stolen. The white-clothed woman said with a gloomy face. Those treasures were used to recruit that group of people. Now that the treasures were gone, how could that group of people join the Spirit Nation? Let them in first. Then, the white-clothed woman made a decision. However, the Spirit Light City can be opened to them, but the Spirit Palace is not. As long as we find Lin Ling, we can take back the treasures and use those treasures to recruit those experts from the 9 states. Let's go. We must find Lin Ling. Then, the white-clothed woman strode forward. The rest of the powerhouses followed suit, and the shock in their hearts intensified. They never thought that Lin Ling would be able to ruin the Spirit Nation's plan all by himself. At this moment, Lin Ling followed the white-clothed people and walked along the ice crystal corridor toward another main hall. My lord, the dragon spirit has given the order. We have been exposed. As they moved forward, the white-clothed man in front of them immediately said. Although he had been assimilated by the human sovereign's flame, he could still receive the orders of the dragon spirit. Speed up. Lin Ling's face grew more solemn. He didn't want to delay the rescue of Senior Lu Chen because of the treasures. Swoosh. Swoosh. Everyone unleashed their full strength and disappeared from the corridor in an instant. There were also white-clothed people patrolling ahead. However, Lin Ling used his identity to intimidate that group of people and continued moving forward. Not long after, a huge ice door appeared in front of them. The ice door was 50 meters tall and 100 meters wide. From time to time, white ice fog would fill the air, and it was extremely mysterious. We're here. The white-clothed people in front of Lin Ling all stopped in their tracks, stared at the door, and laughed. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the huge ice door. He realized that the ice door here was actually bigger than the ice door where the treasures were hidden. This surprised Lin Ling. Could it be that Senior Lu Chen and the rest were more precious than the indigo spiritual flower? Otherwise, this door couldn't be bigger than the ice door in the treasure room. Something's not right. Then, Lin Ling frowned. What's going on? Longnyang and Little South immediately looked at Lin Ling. Look outside the ice door, there's not a single guard. You must know that the ice door in the treasure room has countless experts. Lin Ling explained. Longnyang and the rest stared at the ice door and nodded immediately. Chapter 41:16. The gods had returned. That's the treasure hall, so it's normal for there to be guards. This is where the prisoners are kept. Perhaps the Spirit Nation is confident, so they didn't send anyone to guard this place. Little South guessed. Impossible, the last time we were here, there were more guards than the ice gate. However, the people in white who had been assimilated by Lin Ling all shook their heads. Looks like things have changed. Lin Ling had an ominous premonition. What do we do now? Longnyang looked at Lin Ling and said. Although she and Lin Ling were like fire and water, she was still a person of integrity. She had promised Lin Ling. Even if there was something wrong now, she had never thought of running away alone. Open the ice door by force. Lin Ling said coldly without hesitation. He was here for Lu Chen, so even if the situation had changed, he would not give up halfway. Just as he was about to force his way in, the huge frozen door suddenly opened slowly. Billowing icy mist filled the air as if the door to another world had been opened. Amidst the white icy mist, a terrifying aura could be faintly sensed. That was the aura of a god. Lin Ling and the others immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Rumble. When the ice door was completely opened, a chuckle floated out. Welcome to the world of the gods. Although his voice was calm and polite, it carried a domineering aura that seemed to control the world. What happened? Longyang and the others narrowed their eyes at the strange sight before them. Lin Ling didn't say anything. His gaze landed on the ice door, and he discovered that it was a world of its own. It was actually a place with green mountains and clear waters, and there were a large number of people inside. Some people stood under the green mountain in silence. They were the members of the God Extermination Alliance. There were also some people who were sitting in the middle of the beautiful world, drinking wine and chatting merrily. We've been exposed. Lin Ling's heart trembled, and he finally said. What? Longyang and the rest immediately panicked. Then, they looked at Lin Ling. At this point, they didn't know what to do. This was because they all knew that the Spirit Nation was very powerful. Even if they were challengers, they would not be able to resist a single hair of the Spirit Nation. We don't have a choice now. Let's go in. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Lin Ling strode in, causing Longyang and the others to bitterly smile. In the end, they could only follow him in. Rumble. After all of them had entered, the huge ice door was completely shut. As for the crowd behind the ice door, they all looked at Lin Ling with smiles. A man raised the wine cup in his hand and said with a smile, "Welcome trial participant Lin Ling." This man was dressed in a divine python robe and had a jade crown on his head. He looked cultured and refined, but he had an irresistible divine might. This man's strength was definitely above the 10 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures because he'd already surpassed the martial gods. He could be called a god. Lin Ling looked deeply at the man. In a short period of time, countless thoughts rose in his mind. Congratulations, everyone. You've returned to the God's world. Have a seat. After the man smiled, he had people bring in tables and chairs and invited Lin Ling and the rest to sit down. Seeing this, Lin Ling didn't argue. He led Longyang and the rest to sit down. This was because he knew that if such a powerful god really wanted to attack them, he wouldn't have needed to bring so many people. He even had a feeling that this god was deliberately waiting for Lin Ling's arrival. Why do you welcome us to the god's world? After sitting down, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hearing this, everyone laughed and looked at each other. Finally, they looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man didn't say anything. Instead, he said to the governor of E City, "It seems that your old friend is very curious." Hee hee. Lin Ling followed his gaze and was shocked. That was the governor of E City? Lin Ling, you don't have to be so surprised. In fact, 10,000 years ago, I've been in contact with the Spirit Nation. The governor of E City didn't care about Lin Ling's surprise and said faintly. However, his words made Lin Ling smile bitterly. It seemed that he knew too little after all. Because the Spirit Nation allowed me to return to my godhood. The governor of E City seemed to know that Lin Ling was very confused, so he explained. Return to your godhood? Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned slightly. Let me say it. The man sitting at the head suddenly interrupted and said with a smile, the War of the Gods back then was also known as the Twilight of the Gods. A large number of gods and gods fell. Those gods who fell were from 2 sides. One side was the current 4 gods, and the other was our side. It can be said that in the War of the Gods back then, the strength of the 2 sides were evenly matched. Hearing this, Lin Ling and Longyang were shocked. They all thought that in the era of the gods back then, it was the gods who fought against the will of the world. They never expected that the 2 sides were evenly matched. This also meant that these people in front of them were part of the War of the Gods back then. The gods fell, and the void of the universe changed. However, as millions of years passed, the era began to change. In the post-God era, countless experts rose, stood out, and stood out in the void of the universe. The man said again, his eyes looking into the distance, "How did these people rise?" Some people say that they relied on perseverance and fighting spirit. Some people say that they relied on opportunities and luck. In fact, this isn't the key because they are all gods who had fallen. Now, they are beginning to return to their godhoods. Boom! When this news came out, Lin Ling and the others' hearts exploded. Even Lin Ling and Longyang looked at each other. The meaning in their eyes seemed to be saying that they were both gods in the past. Even their lives could be explained this way. Until now, they were able to rise out of the blue because they were gods in the past. Now, they were just returning to their godhoods. Therefore, this is also the era of the gods' return. Therefore, I welcome all of you back to the world of the gods. The man said again. Lin Ling and the others fell silent because the amount of information was too much. They also needed some time to digest it. But soon, Lin Ling smiled and said, "So, the spirit nation is wantonly recruiting to find the gods who had fallen in the past." That's right. The man didn't hide anything and nodded. Gods are omnipotent. They can turn nothingness into existence and reverse the universe. Their birth has been different from others since the beginning. Therefore, they should enjoy a higher status and rise to prominence. I think that the so-called gods are just people who are stronger in martial arts. That's all. However, Lin Ling smiled and said noncommittally. You can think of it that way. Gods are also humans, and humans are also gods. The man did not care about Lin Ling's words. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, "Trial taker Lin Ling, one of Lei Gong's people, return to your godhood in less than 5,000 years of cultivation. I think you must have been an extremely powerful god in the past." "No, you must have been a god. Maybe I knew you in the past." Chapter 41:17. I'll buy your heart. Perhaps. Lin Ling was noncommittal. Suddenly, he understood the purpose of these people. The spirit nation was looking for the fallen deities in an attempt to recruit them. In fact, it was also to get these deities to join the will of the world. Therefore, the goal of these people was to recruit Lin Ling and the rest. However, in order to recruit Lin Ling and the others, they had actually mobilized so many experts, and there were even deities among them. This made Lin Ling feel that they were making a mountain out of a molehill. Perhaps you're doubting whether you have the right to do so. But let me tell you, you do. You absolutely do. You even have the right to have the Spirit Kingdom's Emperor step in personally. As if guessing Lin Ling's thoughts, the man spoke again. Not only Lin Ling, but even the people around the man were shocked when they heard this. The Spirit Nation valued Lin Ling too much. It's a pity that I'm already following Boss Lei Gong. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind changing to another big shot. After all, I don't care about the battle between the gods. I only care about who is sincere to me. Lin Ling said with a smile as he played with the teacup in his hand. Our spirit nation knows that you are loyal and not pedantic. That's why we value you so much. Unfortunately, we were one step too late and the Thunder God made the first move. However, it's better to be slow than to do nothing. The man shook his head and introduced himself. My name is Ning Qingshan. They all call me Minister Ning. You can call me Minister Ning. Minister? Everyone's eyes flickered. Because they all called that man Lord Ning, but Lin Ling could call him Lord Minister? This also explained Lin Ling's position in Ning Daren's heart. Thank you, Minister. Lin Ling also had a very good impression of that man. Although their standpoints were different, it didn't stop Lin Ling from praising him. This was because Lin Ling could sense that the other party was very sincere towards him. You're here for Lu Chen and the others, right? At this moment, Lord Ning spoke once more, and then he waved his hand. Someone immediately brought Lu Chen over. Lin Ling. As for Lu Chen, his strength had been sealed all this time. Now that the seal had been lifted, his eyes started to tear up when he saw Lin Ling. He had never imagined that Lin Ling would come to save him. He had charged into the fray single-handedly. Back then, he had helped Lin Ling a few times. He had never thought that there would be a day when that brat would repay the kindness of a drop of water. Senior Lu Chen, you don't have to say anything. Leave it to me. Seeing Lu Chen, Lin Ling was also a little excited. Then, he smiled and said, "Alas." Lu Chen let out a long sigh. Naturally, he knew what the spirit nation represented. He was afraid that Lin Ling would harm Lin Ling by making a deal with such a powerful entity. However, he also knew that Lin Ling's temperament was stubborn. Since he dared to come here alone today, then it was impossible to persuade him. I won't say anything else. I, Lu Chen, will recognize you as my brother for the rest of my life. Lu Chen said word by word. His eyes were filled with endless gratitude. All right, let's drink when we get back. Lin Ling nodded excitedly. Then, he looked at Lord Ning and said, Lord Minister, this is my friend. If I want to take him away, I don't know what I have to pay in exchange. He knew very well that he had already been exposed, so it was impossible for him to secretly take Lu Chen away. He could only depend on Lord Minister's intentions. It's very simple. You will fight 3 rounds. If you win, you can take Lu Chen away. Lord Ning smiled. Although his words seemed gentle, they were filled with endless heroism and dominance. All right. Lin Ling nodded immediately. He did not ask which experts the other party would send because he believed that Lord Ning would not deliberately set a trap for him to jump into. With the other party's strength, there was no need for that at all. In fact, Lord Ning thought so too because he knew Lin Ling's temperament. The more he was pressured, the stronger his resistance would be. Therefore, such a person could not be dealt with forcefully. He had to hit his weak spot. Forcefully obtaining a person was only temporary. Winning his heart was the most important thing. 3 rounds. If you lose, you will join the Spirit Nation. How about that? These are my conditions. Lord Ning spoke again. His gaze swept across the crowd. His calm gaze was filled with dominance. Furthermore, not only Lu Chen, but I will also use the God Slayer Alliance and the Serpent Clan, 2 of the 9 states' 10 evils, to buy your heart. When these words came out, it was as if the mountains and rivers were shaking. Everyone's heart was pounding. Even the governor of Yi City gasped. In order to buy Lin Ling's heart, he had used so many experts as bargaining chips. Of course, Lin Ling was also shocked because he knew that Lord Ning did not have to do this. He could have used force. He would have asked if Lu Chen wanted to join. If he did not, he would have killed him. At that time, Lin Ling would not have been able to fight back. However, Lord Ning did not do so. He reached an agreement with Lin Ling and gave Lin Ling enough respect. All right. At this point, Lin Ling had no reason to refuse. As expected of the trial tester, Lin Ling. You are a straightforward person. I look forward to your service to the Spirit Nation. I am sure that once you join the Spirit Nation, you will be put in an important position and will be able to revive the glory of the deity era. Seeing that Lin Ling had agreed, Lord Ning laughed heartily. However, I have not lost yet. Therefore, it is too early for me to betray Lord Lei Gong so soon. Lin Ling also spoke. Ha ha ha, then I will wait for your good news. Lord Ning nodded and asked, do you need to rest? No need. Let's start now. Lin Ling walked out. At this time, Longnyang tugged at Lin Ling and said, for the 3rd battle, Little South and I will help you. Lin Ling was stunned. He did not expect Longyang to make such a choice. However, Longyang noticed the strange look in Lin Ling's eyes and immediately said coldly, "We said before that if you help us enter the main hall, we will help you save people. But now, we are of no use. That is why I suggested this. Don't think too much. Don't worry. There will be a time when you will be of use. If you fight and lose, you might have to join the Spirit Nation." Lin Ling said immediately. That's right. I am also very interested in Longyang. Lord Ning said at the right time. Longyang and Little South did not dare to speak. Lin Ling also rejected Longyang and the rest's help and walked step by step into the Green Mountain. "Ling Lu, you go." At this time, Lord Ning's voice rang out. Then, a handsome young man walked out from the crowd. He was wearing the robe of the Sky Sword Academy and was obviously an expert of the Shunsan Hall. However, to be valued by the Spirit Nation, he was naturally much more powerful than many of the experts of the Shunsan Hall. "Lin Ling, I have heard a lot about you. I would be lying if I said I wasn't jealous when I saw you being treated so well. Now, let me see if you are worth 2 of the 9 states' 10 evils." Chapter 41:18. 9 Heavens Obsidian. He didn't hide his thoughts because he knew that those who were being recruited were jealous of Lin Ling, and he was just one of them. In fact, he was right. Behind the gods, the eyes of the younger generation kept flickering. Obviously, they were jealous of Lin Ling. Looking at Lord Ning and the others, they were all smiling as they drank their wine. They didn't object to Ling Li's jealousy because they also knew that if Lin Ling wanted to convince the masses, he had to show some ability. "You will know," Lin Ling said indifferently as 2 swords appeared in his hands. 2 swords? Not bad. It's a pity that swords have no eyes. Plus, this is a spar. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll kill you. But don't worry, I'll control my strength and spare your life. Ha! Ling Lu smiled faintly and stretched out his hand. Thick realm essence gathered and dyed his hand black, making it extremely sharp. "I'm at the 7th level of the martial god realm with the innate divine embryo. I'm ranked 108th on the heavenly stairway of the gods and I have 10 streams of divine energy. You must be careful." Ha! As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Lu made his move. He stretched out his hand and the divine energy was as sharp as a knife. His 5 fingers closed together and shot toward Lin Ling. His steps were extremely strange. He moved left and right, but in fact, he had taken 10,000 steps in an instant to confuse Lin Ling's vision. His speed was 4,800 world speed. Ling Lu has the divine embryo body of the 9 Heavens Obsidian. Someone said faintly. The 9 Heavens Obsidian is a kind of Heavenmen stone, and the Heavenmen stone is extraordinary. In the ancient times, an ancient god used the Heavenmen stone to mend the void. Therefore, the Heavenmen stone seized the merit of heaven and earth and absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. It contained the divine embryo and turned into a divine monkey. In the ancient times, the divine monkey was extremely powerful. Although Ling Li's divine embryo body isn't a Heavenmen stone, it's still one of them. Lord Ning said calmly. Everyone nodded and widened their eyes. They didn't know that the Heavenmen stone had such a reason. As for Ling Tian, he was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, his footsteps were as though he was chasing after the Grand Dao. Lin Ling was still motionless, both swords in his hands. At almost the same time, the sword in Ling Tian's hand was less than a meter away from Lin Ling. At such a distance, an expert would be able to kill his opponent in less than a breath. And at this moment, Lin Ling finally drew his sword, striking after the enemy. Although it took a long time to describe, it seemed fast. Just as Lin Ling's sword was about to reach Lin Ling's throat, Lin Ling's dark sword also shot out with 10 strands of divine energy, the lightning luster physique, the flame of the human monarch, and the Bodhi enlightenment. Ever since he used his spiritual force to control the beast skin diagram, Lin Ling's control over his divine energy had also increased by quite a bit. Clang! The sword and hand collided, and a deafening sound rang out. The most frightening thing was that Lin Ling's sword was actually unable to pierce through Ling Tian's sword hand. You have to know, this was a sword formed from a hand. The corners of Ling Tian's mouth also curled up into a cold smile, and he was just about to make a move. But in that instant, Lin Ling's other sword also moved. It was the tyrannical Song sword, mixed with 2 strands of divine energy, and it went past Ling Tian's palm, landing in front of his neck. A wisp of killing intent and demonic chi shot out, causing Ling Tian's pupils to constrict, and cold sweat began to form on his forehead. This is only a spar, you can't kill me," he said nervously. He never imagined that Lin Ling's dual swords would be so powerful. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, both swords simultaneously struck out, one sword blocking his sword hand, and the other attacking. "You lost." Lin Ling withdrew his sword, and retreated. Pa pa pa. Under the Green Mountain, applause immediately floated out, and many people nodded their heads in praise, very satisfied. Lin Ling was indeed worthy of being a trial participant. Ling Tian is an expert in the top 10 of the 100 on the Divine Stairway. Sir Lin Ling, you were able to force him back with one strike, it's really amazing. Lord Ning nodded his head in satisfaction. He could see that Lin Ling's every move seemed calm, but there was still the rhythm of the great Tao in it. This meant that Lin Ling was not just a high realm, but his martial foundation was also beyond ordinary people. It was just a fluke. Lin Ling stood with his sword in hand, nodding his head lightly. This fellow is really a risk-taker. He clearly could have defeated Ling Tian in a safer and faster manner, but he chose to use such a dangerous method. If he hadn't blocked Ling Tian's sword earlier, he might have lost. Long Nyang's eyes narrowed, and she shook her head. With her eyesight, she could naturally see how Lin Ling won. It was unexpected, and a fatal strike. But he has 3 opponents. If he used his full strength at the beginning, if the next 2 people targeted him, then he would be at a disadvantage. Moreover, although it was risky, this method was also faster and more convenient. Little South, who was beside her, shook her head and said, "The first person is already so strong. I'm afraid the second person will enter the top 100 on the Divine Stairway." Longnyang nodded her head, and then guessed. Lin Ling was already waiting for the second person. He looked at Senior Lu Chen and saw the worry on his face. Lin Ling immediately smiled at him, indicating for him not to worry. Senior Lu Chen sighed again, knowing that he had implicated Lin Ling. This was because he knew that Lin Ling did not want to join the Spirit Nation, but for him, Lin Ling was willing to risk his life. "Lord Ning, I'll go for the second battle." At this moment, someone volunteered. It was a burly man, and his voice was like that of a god. He was wild and unruly, and he had the aura of an emperor. After he walked out, he immediately bowed to Lord Ning. But each and every one of his movements was completely natural. How was he still a martial artist? He was simply like a god. In terms of strength, he was probably one of the best in the martial god realm. His cultivation was not weak either. He was an 8th-level martial god, and he had an acquired divine fetus. Realm Bear. Legend had it that the Realm Bear was the same as the Realm Scorpion. They were both ancient divine beasts. However, their ancestors had listened to the teachings of ancient great gods, so they had become gods. As a result, the descendants of their bloodlines had benefited greatly. For example, the current Realm Scorpion was an existence that could not be underestimated. The reason why the Realm Scorpion was so powerful was that its ancestors had listened to the teachings of the Buddha God for many years. However, they had accidentally bitten the Buddha God once, so they were chased out of the God's world. King Daxiong. Lord Ning frowned when he saw the man. This was because he had personally recruited this man. Lord Ning, this man has a grudge against me. My elder brother was killed by him, so I want to take revenge. The man called King de Xiong did not hide anything and said solemnly. Lord Ning was immediately put in a difficult position. Lin Ling was someone he had his eyes on, but he had personally recruited King de Xiong. They were both his flesh and blood. Alright, you go and fight. However, Lord Ning clearly treated his subordinates well. Since he had recruited King de Xiong, he would not let him down. Thank you, Lord Ning. Sure enough, King de Xiong was grateful. He even kowtowed 3 times to Lord Ning. He would probably follow Lord Ning's lead for the rest of his life. Chapter 41:19. It was a dilemma. As for Lin Ling, he calmly looked at this scene. It had to be said that Lord Ning truly had the spirit of a superior. With just a simple action, he immediately caused a powerhouse to be loyal and devoted, even willing to protect him with his life. After all, it wasn't difficult to subdue an expert, but it was difficult to subdue an expert's heart. You are the second person? After that, Lin Ling looked at King de Xiong calmly and said. Not bad. The man nodded coldly and said, Trial taker Lin Ling, you and I have an irreconcilable enmity. Do you dare to fight me to the death? This is a sparring session, but you're here to fight to the death. Do you want to upset the minister? Lin Ling shook his head. Naturally, he wouldn't agree. It was not that he was afraid of this man, but he knew that this man called King de Xiong was a god personally recruited by Lord Ning. Therefore, regardless of whether Lin Ling won or lost, it would be disadvantageous to him. If he won, he would have to kill his opponent. This would make Lord Ning unhappy. Although Lin Ling didn't have a deep friendship with Lord Ning, the other party respected him. Lin Ling couldn't not give him face. Moreover, if he killed the other party, it would make Lord Ning feel that he, Lin Ling, didn't know how to do things. If he lost, Lin Ling would have to join the Spirit Nation. This was not something that Lin Ling wanted to see. Therefore, Lin Ling also realized that the so-called 3 battles were sometimes not only a clash of strength, but also a battle of conduct. You're afraid that Lord Ning will be unhappy? That's simple. Whoever loses will leave this place and commit suicide. If I, King Xiong, lose, I will keep my word. That man seemed to hate Lin Ling very much, which made Lin Ling curious. I seem to be seeing you for the first time. I wonder who I killed. My big brother is in the new celestial court. A year ago, after you stepped on the stairway to divinity, there were gods who massacred the people of the new celestial court. My big brother was one of them. It was because of that incident that I joined the Spirit Nation. The 4 great gods are bullshit. They treat people like pigs and dogs and kill as they please. The man gritted his teeth and said, looking a little extreme. Lin Ling was also enlightened. He knew that it was Eugene who did it. In fact, it had nothing to do with Lin Ling because it wasn't Lin Ling who asked Eugene to kill those people. Eugene didn't want to offend Lei Gong and made the decision himself. You don't dare? What heavenly voice of God Lin Ling? In my opinion, he is just a coward. Hee, how can such a person be worth 2 of the vicious 10 of the 9 prefectures? What a joke. He's just a coward. Seeing Lin Ling remain silent, King Xiong laughed disdainfully. Since you insist on having your own way, then I will fight to the death. As for suicide? Sorry, there is no such word as suicide in my dictionary. Unless I die in battle. Lin Ling's sword hummed. He would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Alright, unless I die in battle. Yes. King Xiong also shouted angrily. Seeing the murderous aura from the 2, many people narrowed their eyes and subconsciously looked at Lord Ning. However, the latter had his eyes closed and was drinking tea with an unfathomable expression. This made many people speechless. In their opinion, Lin Ling was a rare talent, but so was King Xiong. If either of them fell, it would be a great loss to the spirit nation. This is troublesome. Yes. Longnyang frowned secretly. Sister Long, what's wrong? At the side, Little South immediately asked. Lin Ling does not have a choice in this battle. If he admits defeat, he will have to join the spirit nation. If Lin Ling wins, he will have to kill Lord Ning's subordinate. This is equivalent to humiliating Lord Ning. If it was a narrow-minded person, he might even go back on his words. Longnyang secretly said. Then Senior Lin Ling is in a dilemma. Sigh. Little South helplessly slapped her forehead. However, Longnyang nodded and said, however, I reckon that with Lin Ling's character, he will not show any mercy. That guy looks amiable, but when he is fierce, even ghosts are afraid of him. Boom. At this moment, under the Green Mountain, the two experts looked at each other and unleashed their full strength. King Xiong's figure grew taller as a divine bear roared. It was as if he was guarding a divine mountain. His boundary essence also rose steadily. Judging from his strength, there would be few who could match him in the 8th level of the martial god realm. Most importantly, his divine energy was extremely terrifying. There were as many as 15 strands. The divine energy had a heaven-defying might. After it entered his body, it made him even more domineering like a god. Boom! On the other side, Lin Ling's super berserk state appeared. The sea urchin lightning was released. I heard that the 4 great gods have methods to awaken divine energy in the divine fetus. Lin Ling's divine energy is not weak. Looking at the overbearing divine might, someone said with a solemn look in his eyes. Divine energy was the symbol of the 4 great gods. Humph, it's just divine energy. It's only effective on some weak people. If they also have divine fetus, the influence will be much smaller. Moreover, the divine energy is the foundation of the divine energy. Lord Ning immediately snorted. As long as the 4 great gods were mentioned, he would not be at a disadvantage. While they were talking, Lin Ling and King Xiong had already collided. Both of them unleashed their full strength, shaking the heavens and the earth. The two of them fought from the ground to the Green Mountain in the distance. Splash! The huge lake under the Green Mountain was hit by the two of them, causing waves to shoot up into the sky. After sprinkling down, under the illumination of the sun, a gorgeous rainbow appeared. Lin Ling is so powerful. Behind the various experts, the people who were being recruited narrowed their eyes. This was because they knew King Xiong's strength, but they did not expect Lin Ling to be able to fight evenly with King Xiong. Lin Ling defeated the city lords of the 36 cities. The city lord of E City said lightly. His words made many people's eyes narrow. This was the first time they had heard of such news. It seems that we have underestimated him. Then, many powerful gods said solemnly. As for the people behind them, they were secretly gritting their teeth. Their dissatisfaction with Lin Ling had more or less weakened. After all, who asked him to be so strong? You actually have 16 strands of divine energy. King Xiong said in shock as he watched the battle on the Green Mountain. He had repeatedly clashed with Lin Ling, but to no avail. He had never expected that Lin Ling, at such a young age, would have 16 strands of divine energy. One had to know that his current divine energy was obtained after tens of thousands of years of cultivation. You are no match for me. Lin Ling said lightly. At this moment, he did not use his sword. Instead, he used both his hands to clash with King Xiong. Since King Xiong did not use any weapons, Lin Ling did not want to take advantage of him. However, Lin Ling had also activated all of his divine energy. In terms of talent, he was twice as strong as King Xiong. In terms of realm, Lin Ling had 6 dantians. In terms of divine energy, Lin Ling had 1 more strand. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, Lin Ling was undoubtedly going to win this battle. Compared to when he was at the divine staircase, his strength has increased so much. Chapter 41:20. He was once her senior. She clearly remembered that Lin Ling only possessed 10 strands of the divine energy when he ascended the stairway to divinity. Moreover, at that time, Lin Ling's control over the divine embryo had been very crude. But now, Lin Ling already possessed the might of a berserker. And Sister Long, his divine might seems to be even stronger than ours. Little South said in surprise. This was the first time he had seen Lin Ling's strength. Because he has 2 divine embryos. Longnyang enunciated each word clearly, but her words made Little South suspicious. Big Sister Longnyang, don't you also have 2 divine embryos? Your divine might shouldn't be any weaker than his. Hearing this, Longnyang didn't say anything. Rumble. The battle on Lin Ling's Green Mountain became more and more intense. The great Xiong King seemed to have transformed into a divine bear as he swung his giant claws continuously. Lin Ling, on the other hand, defended himself with both hands and remained as immovable as a mountain. In the end, Lin Ling took advantage of King Xiong's anxiousness to lower his body and avoid King Xiong's terrifying divine power. Then, both of his palms landed on King Xiong's body. Boom! He activated all of his divine power and forced King Xiong to retreat. You lost. After that, Lin Ling turned around and left. He didn't intend to continue the fight. I haven't lost yet. However, who knew that King Xiong would not give up? After retreating, he once again pounced towards Lin Ling. He erupted with the speed of 6,000 worlds. His bare paw seemed to be able to shatter the heavens as he slapped towards Lin Ling's back. Stubborn. Lin Ling's footsteps came to a halt as he coldly snorted. Without even looking behind him, 2 swords appeared in his hands as he viciously slashed out. Lin Ling, no. Almost at the same time, the city lord of City also shouted. He was afraid that Lin Ling would kill the great Xiong King. That would be troublesome. However, his shout was still too slow. Lin Ling's sword was like a rainbow, clean and efficient. Boom! The great Xiong King's figure smashed into the Green Mountains, shattering countless green mountains. At this moment, everyone stood up, shook their heads, and sighed. Lin Ling had killed the great Xiong King, which meant that he had killed one of Lord Ning's subordinates. He wondered how Lord Ning would deal with Lin Ling. Longnyang also sighed softly and warned Little South to prepare to fight to the death because she could foresee the troublesome outcome. Pa pa pa. But right at this moment, Lord Ning finally opened his eyes and clapped, not bad. Thank you, Your Excellency Lin Ling, for giving me face. Lord Ning has treated me like a friend. How could I not give him face? Lin Ling stood in the sky and looked down at Lord Ning with a smile. Everyone immediately became confused. However, these people were all powerhouses, so they immediately reacted after sensing it. A huge pit had appeared under the Green Mountains. The great Xiong King was lying there, spitting out blood from his mouth. There were 2 deep sword wounds on his chest, but he was not dead. Could it be that Lin Ling did not use the sword's edge but the sword's body at that critical moment? That should be the case. In this way, he could defeat the great Xiong King without killing him and offending Lord Ning. This guy really does things flawlessly. No wonder Lord Ning values him so much. Those people started whispering to each other. Then, they stared at Lin Ling with a smile on their faces. As for Lord Ning, he kept nodding his head in praise. A powerful god was indeed hard to come by, but a god who knew how to control his power freely was even rarer. Not only did Lin Ling defeat the great Xiong King, but he also didn't kill him. Lin Ling had done well. The third battle. Under the sky, Lin Ling said calmly. Everyone looked at each other and then looked at the young powerhouses standing behind him. However, those powerhouses were frowning. Through the previous battle, they knew that Lin Ling was a strong opponent. His strength could definitely make it to the top 100 on the stairway to heaven on the divine list, and his ranking would not be low. They could not win against such an expert. It's normal that you can't win. Lin Ling is someone who is valued by the deities. I think this Lin Ling must have been an extremely powerful deity in the past. Lord Ning suddenly smiled and looked around. Finally, he looked at a middle-aged man who was sitting down. Wang Shui, why don't you go and play? As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed drastically. That was because one could tell the status of the people present from their seats. All the rising stars were standing behind the seats. Those who were qualified to sit down were definitely extraordinary. It could be said that they were of a different generation. Me? At that moment, the man named Wang Shui raised his head calmly. His eyes were filled with suspicion. His long hair fell and covered half of his face. He looked a little lonely and unruly. The sparse beard on his face made him look even more aged. Lord Ning, Wang Shui is here. The governor of Yi City said in disbelief. That was because he knew Wang Shui's strength. That's because he came from the same place as Lin Ling. As a senior, he's very suitable to fight with Lin Ling. Lord Ning said with a smile. All right. Wang Shui pondered for a moment, then walked out of his seat and walked towards the sky. Longnyang and the others' expressions changed slightly when they saw this older expert. The peak of the martial god realm? Longnyang said in disbelief. As for Lin Ling, he frowned slightly. He could also sense the strength of this person. Speaking of which, he had never fought with an expert at the peak of the martial god realm in his life. Lin Ling, I come from Snow City. I was once a student of the Snow Academy. Therefore, we can be considered half-friends. After a while, the man named Wang Shui finally stopped and smiled at Lin Ling. His word surprised Lin Ling. Moreover, the current principal of the Snow Academy was once my junior. The man named Wang Shui continued, I heard that you came from the Snow Academy. Therefore, I'm here to fight with you. Is it appropriate? Lin Ling shook his head inwardly. It seemed that as he continued to display his strength, Lord Ning kept increasing the difficulty. Now, he had already sent such an ancient figure to fight with him. Lin Ling couldn't help but look at Lu Chen on the ground. Then, his gaze fell on Lord Ning and he finally nodded his head. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to take away the God Extermination Alliance. Seeing Lin Ling nod his head, the man named Wang Shui also nodded his head. As for the city governor of Yi City and the others on the ground, they all shook their heads. However, they also knew that Lin Ling had no other choice. Your cultivation is too low. I'm at the peak of the martial god realm. My strength is comparable to the leader of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Therefore, I won't bully you. How about I suppress my strength to the early stage of the martial god realm? Wang Shui. That Wang Shui said again, you, after all, are my junior sister's people, I don't want to bully the weak. That's not necessary. However, Lin Ling also shook his head. How about this? You defeated a few experts at the late stage of the martial god realm. Then, I'll suppress my strength to the late stage of the martial god realm. Chapter 41-21. A formidable opponent. As a result, the strength of his world essence was on par with Lin Ling's. Obviously, he knew that although Lin Ling seemed to be only at the second level of the martial god realm, the density of his world essence was comparable to a late-stage martial god. Thank you. Although Lin Ling didn't want the other party to suppress his strength, he also knew that if he continued to persuade him, he would be looking down on him. However, even if the other party had suppressed his strength, the other party was still comparable to the leader of the 9 states' fiercest 10. At present, it was very difficult for Lin Ling to win. Unless he used the overarching heavenly umbrella and the beast skin diagram. However, this was a spar. If he used these treasures, he would become a joke. Without hiding his strength anymore, Lin Ling began to fuse with his talents and turned into an incomparably terrifying monster. And looking at Lin Ling's power constantly increasing, Wang Shui also showed an interested look. You are really strong. Our Snow Wind Academy has produced a god-level genius like you for so many years. This is the Snow Wind Academy's blessing. Senior is actually from the Snow Wind Academy, why don't you go back and take a look? Countless tentacles appeared behind him. Thunder, fire, the dragon god, and the realm-devouring beast's talents all spread out. Hee, I'm too ashamed to go back. Wang Shui smiled deeply and sighed, if you want to know the reason, then you will know after you defeat me. I will beat you. Two swords appeared in Lin Ling's hands, and his expression turned solemn. The two of them floated under the firmament and did not attack. Instead, their auras clashed madly. Rumble. The collision of their auras caused the Green Mountain to tremble. Beneath the ground, the weaker members of the younger generation felt as if they were carrying a divine mountain on their backs. Even breathing became difficult. This is Senior Lin Ling's full strength. Little South said solemnly as he retreated. She finally knew that Lin Ling's strength was definitely the strongest among the new trial challengers. She couldn't even compare to Longyang. This is his full strength. When he met the senior of the Snow Wind Academy, his fighting spirit was also aroused. I estimate that the man called Wang Shui was once the most dazzling genius of the Snow Wind Academy. Longyang also retreated and said solemnly. Then, this will be the clash of the two strongest geniuses in the history of the Snow Wind Academy. Little South was shocked. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's cultivation time is too short. It seems that his chances of winning are very slim. However, Lin Ling's growth has always been monstrous. Perhaps he also wants to use this battle to break through the door and step into a new world. Longyang said faintly, as if she was very familiar with Lin Ling. When one reaches Lin Ling's level of strength, the speed of his growth will slow down. Even if he breaks through the realm, his strength will increase step by step. The increase won't be great, but if he meets a strong opponent, his growth will increase by several times. However, there are pros and cons. If Lin Ling can't hold on, then he will be defeated. He may even suffer a setback and it will be difficult for him to rise again. Hearing this, Xiaonan nodded, that's right. I heard from Grandpa Black God that many strong people had a smooth journey before they rose to power. However, after they encountered a huge setback, they fell into decline. Even gods are no exception. As long as you are human, you will have emotions. With emotions, you will naturally have inner demons, so this is not surprising. But I believe that Lin Ling is not someone who will give up so easily. Longyang stared at Lin Ling. The fighting spirit in her heart was also aroused. At this moment, in the sky, the two men looked at each other. They were only 100 meters apart. A formless wind spread out between them, causing the void to crack open. Then, it continued to merge. However, neither of them moved. They did not even blink. Even their eyes were as calm as an ancient well. They were like stone statues. Both of them were looking for each other's flaws. In such a battle between experts, sometimes a flaw could affect the outcome of the entire battle. Amazing. On the ground, perhaps affected by the oppressive atmosphere, a strong person said in shock. Obviously, they all knew that in this kind of battle between gods, even the slightest flaw could be grasped and turn defeat into victory. Therefore, the two people in the sky were not only competing in momentum, but also in endurance, perseverance, fighting spirit, and fighting spirit. If any one of these aspects was weak, it could still change the whole situation. Time passed quietly. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. The two of them were still motionless, but sweat dripped from their foreheads. They did not seem to have made a move, but in fact, this collision of momentum was no less than an earth-shattering battle. But gradually, Wang Shui's eyes began to flicker. She was a little shaken. That was a kind of guilty conscience. It was as if he had met someone from the Snow Wind Academy again. He felt guilty and could not face them. Although this inner demon had been suppressed and even resolved by him for so many years, this inner demon that should have dissipated quietly broke out like a stubborn disease in the midst of such a battle between experts. This was also the reason why martial artists had to destroy their heart demons. Because in a life-and-death battle, the heart demon's influence was great. Looking at Lin Ling again, his eyes were still firm. He would not be shocked even if the sky collapsed. His heart demon had been destroyed, and the people in the rainforest sacred land had returned. He had a clear conscience. If there was anyone, it would be the current senior Lu Chen. He, Lin Ling, owed Lu Chen a favor, and today he was here to repay it. Therefore, no matter who stood in front of him, he had to step over this big block of characters. He is after all a member of the Snow Wind Academy. This is disadvantageous to me. I have to make a move. Wang Shui's eyes flickered even more fiercely. Suddenly, he made a move. A snow-probing staff, mixed with 15 divine powers, flew across the void and attacked Lin Ling. When this slender and sparkling staff appeared, the sky was filled with snow. Behind him, a white-haired woman appeared. She looked up at the sky, opened her hands, and summoned ice and snow. Ice Goddess. This was not a god from the ancient era, but from the era of gods. However, she had an illustrious reputation in the era of gods. And Wang Shui's talent was the divine fetus, world of ice and snow. Xiao. The long staff was incomparably fast, reaching 6,500 world speed. Moreover, it smoothly passed by Lin Ling and pierced his body. The blizzard came and froze his body. Kacha. However, the ice sculpture immediately exploded, and the figure that appeared in the ice sculpture also scattered like the wind. It was a shadow. However, Wang Shui was not surprised at all. The long staff that he had stabbed out suddenly swept behind him, bringing with it a rolling snowstorm. Clang! In the blink of an eye, 2 swords slashed down crazily behind him, mixed with 16 divine powers. Thunder, fire, Buddha, immortal. At the moment of collision, a huge wave of air raged wildly with the two of them as the center. Lin Ling was shocked. This Wang Shui seemed to have suppressed his realm, but his divine powers were too fierce, and his talent was very strong. In terms of talent control, Lin Ling was ashamed of his inferiority.